And here we go. Welcome to the big Thursday night show. Welcome to the hippest trip on YouTube, and thanks for coming to hang out with us. I've got a very special event tonight. As far as I know, this is the first Ladies of the Mandela Effect to take a place. I always get a lot of heat because they say it's all men's party on my show. It's like 5 men and Gaby talking. So tonight, I'm going to try to break that. And it's not like I don't invite women. They just don't show up. So I'm trying here. And we're going to have a rotating panel of ladies all night long. I'm trying to evolve with this show. Now, you know, I pretty much did this live feed off the hip, and I'm learning as I go, and I'm getting better. So hopefully this will be a smoother show. And what I mean by that is I'm going to try to stagger guests in so people have more time to talk, and then, you know, bring a group in, bring a group in, bring a group in. That way everybody feels like they have enough time to talk, and we can really dig into their backstories more. So I'm experimenting, trying to get better at this. I appreciate all the help. My first guest is someone you've seen on the show numerous times, Gabrielle. And Gabrielle is in between websites right now, so we do not have a hookup for her. But if you want to talk to her, you can always comment in my threads below, and she's active on YouTube, and we'll find that. Or you can also find her over at the Discord chat room if you want to talk to her. Gaby and me are friends, and we a lot of times we have a chat room. If you're brand new, there's something called a Discord chat room we go to and hang out between shows, and we all talk. And a lot of questions come up about crystals. I really like stones and crystals, but I don't really understand how to use them. And Gaby has taught classes in them in the past and knows a lot more than I do about these things. So I wanted to specifically bring her in and find out if crystals have changed with the Mandela Effect. Do you guys remember, it's probably about almost 2 months ago, I had April on from Changing Matrix, and she had talked about how the meteorites had changed. That she was a meteorite expert, and all of a sudden the ratios of meteorites were all different in this new reality. She had meteorites that were really common in the old reality, all of a sudden one day become really rare and worth a lot of money. And she was sitting here scratching her head going, there's no way I could have afforded this kind of meteorite collection. Because before the Mandela Effect, I had all these cheap meteorites that are now rare and expensive. So I want to know if something like that has happened with crystals and crystals healings. What's changed? So I'm going to open this up first by asking Gaby to tell us a little bit about herself. Give us your background, Gaby, because we've never really had a chance to talk one-on-one. I'm going to give you a few minutes to tell us who you are, how you got into crystals, and then I want you to answer the questions about the Mandela Effect in crystals. So Gaby, go ahead and take the floor.
Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm excited to be here. A little nervous, but excited. Make it a good thing. My background is I was a bank manager for almost 14 years until I came down with an autoimmune illness, which led me down a path of all kinds of experiences, from 44 literal specialists to alternative forms of healing. And so with that, and on my journey of trying to find the right remedy for myself, I came across energy healing and started with healing touch, which is basically laying on the hands. And from there, I had gone to my first like spiritual expo they were having in a town nearby. And I had saw a table full of all these sparkling, like beautiful crystals. And I was not really into it at that time. And I was like, well, let me pick one. And the one that I had bought was apophyllite. And that happens to be one of the higher vibrational stones. And from that point on, and just holding that and feeling the energy that was inside that, I was like, there's something going on here. And that basically started my road to crystals and integrating that with the healing touch, and then doing crystal Reiki. from there, also learning how to do some shamanic drumming. So I got this whole thing that I do with clearing and cleansing and connecting the chakra system, which is our energy system. There's 7 major chakras, which basically means wheel or vortex of energy that feeds our eventually our nervous central system. And it pulls energy that is in our auric field and the universal energy that is around us. So with that, when you're working on the body in the energy field, there's different layers. And crystals are a very good way to integrate a little vamp up, if you will, when you're doing this kind of treatments or sessions. There are different crystals that will resonate with each chakra, and you can do it by color coded, or you can do it by the geometrical shape of what's their atomic structure is. But I'm not going to get that far into it tonight because I don't have all my materials for that. But the easiest way would be to color code the chakras with the crystals, and there's many different crystals that you can use. Some healers do it by their knowledge of what that specific crystal means, and some do it by an intuitive sense, like they'll wait, and these crystals have a form of consciousness, and it's such a beautiful energy that you don't have to be psychic. You don't have to, have like these sixth sense or second sight to even be able to sensate the energy in them. You can just, if you just hone into the crystal itself, you can feel the vibrational output that it has. So you're asking about how that may have changed or affected in the Mandela effect. And
for the people that are joining, I'm curious to know if crystals have actually changed. Is there some that are more rare now and harder to get? Has the distribution changed? Is there some that are vibrate more better than before? Like, as a crystal healer, what's changed with the Mandela effect?
Okay, so personally, as far as distribution and stuff, I have a very large collection, but I will tell you this: there are more grounding stones that are being sought out, more protective stones to repel negativity and to also shield. And actually ones that people are now coming into an awakening. So they're looking for stones that will assist in awakening through their crown chakra or their third eye chakra. And so there is many different stones depending on what your effect is of the Mandela effect. Like me personally, I have been using more grounding and protective stones. For somebody who is anxious and they're a little bit off balance as far as anxiety goes, you would use more of a calming type of stone. So for my personal experience, I have noticed that the protective stones and the heart chakra stones and the opening of the third eye and crown are the most right now for what I've come across me personally. Other people may have different experiences, but this is what mine has been so far. And this is why I was saying that it's so important that we pay attention to our energetic body as well as the rest of us, especially going through this Mandela effect. A lot of us have been kind of knocked off our horse, so to speak, and we need to get back on that horse and keep on going down our path. And I think crystals are very helpful in that because, again, they can assist in where we may be off balanced and bringing us back into a sense of balance. So I find my collection, the ones that I have a lot of hands-on, I find that they're going into dormancy a lot easier, so they have to be paid more attention to.
All right, for us that don't know anything about crystals, are you saying they have like cycles where you got to charge them up and they go dormant and you gotta wake them up? Tell us, dumb it down a little for me.
Okay, so the crystal itself, okay, receives energy and it actually puts out energy. And between sessions, let's say, between using this on somebody, I would go through a process of clearing, cleansing, and then recharging it. And depending on the stone, there's different methods of how to take care of them. So in doing that, you sometimes when the crystal has taken on too much energy, you can actually, if you're in tune to your stone, you will feel that the vibration is off, or maybe you'll get something visually, or you just have a knowing, or you can actually put your hand over it like this and you might not feel the energy that was before. So if that's the case, you say, okay, you know, I need to go ahead and do some clearing and cleansing and recharging. And I have a very big collection, so I take my whole dining room table once a month. It all goes on there, and I do a form of clearing and like reactivating them. I do drumming. You can do it with sound. Some people use smudging, like sage or Santo Palo.
I've also heard of people just putting them out in the sunlight.
Yeah, that's the charging part. Yeah, you would want to kind of clear them first before you charge them. So you want to get there. Basically what you're doing is bringing it back to its dominant residence. Okay, so if it has excess energy, or if it's dormant, when I say dormant, when they're not being used, they kind of go in almost like into a sleep mode. Okay, and so when you're using them, they have to be cleansed and they have to be charged. So you could charge them in the sun. They could be charged. Some people like to do a more gentler charge, which is in moonlight. Some people like to charge them and actually put them into the earth, which if anybody does that, put it into market, because the earth moves. And so many people misplace their crystals because they might do it for a month and they're like, oh my gosh, they're not where they were. And that's because the earth actually moves underneath us and we don't realize that. So,
well, how do you store your crystals? Can you keep them all together, or do they like start interacting with each other and causing problems? Like all my crystals are kind of just like
chaos.
Yeah, and I don't know. I didn't know there was a special way to store them. I thought they just kind of did their own thing.
Can we see this? This here is one of the ways to store them, and this is basically a jewelry container. Some people, I have them on my shelves. I have them stored. I have them in grids. I do gridding as well, so I'll have like them laid out, and they actually look like little designs, and I have them for different reasons around the house. So people store them in different ways. Some people like to store them in natural wood or like a bamboo, so that they don't intermingle with each other too much, because there is what they call a crystal chaos, and they could take on the energies of each other. So it really depends. Everyone has their own preference, but yeah, so it depends. Like I have a working case where I have my crystals that I use healing for other people, and then I have a whole nother thing going that I use on myself. So, and then I have gridding ones that are in very nice cases like that. So it helps you know where everything is. Yeah.
So like here, I'll see if I can show you my crystals. This is not acceptable where you just throw them all out on a table or in the pots. Is this a bad thing here? Or so I need to store them better, is what you're saying? Because I just like rocks. I don't even know how to use these things. I just thought they're pretty.
I don't see them.
Oh, you didn't see them?
No.
No, you didn't get the tour. Oh, I don't know why you're not seeing that. Yeah, I think everybody saw it, right? Did you guys see that? All right, I'll try one more time.
I'll take your word for it. Okay, go ahead.
You want to try one more time? Okay, hold on. Here we go. I'm kicking the camera to myself. All right, here we go. Can you see me? So this is my secret desktop that you don't get to see very often, but there's just some crystals laying around.
Funny. That is good stuff.
And they're all over the pots of the plants here.
Yeah, they're great for planting.
Well, I pick up rocks, when we're walking and stuff, and we bring them back sometimes. And just rocks from places we've been at.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually at my sister, who also does crystal collecting. I don't know if you can see back here. Can you see this shelf?
Let me jump it over to you. Hold it steady.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so you see how she has different ones on there?
Yeah.
Can you see back there? See the
Yes,
shelves?
sure can. So she's got them all spaced out.
Yep, and then towards the bottom, she has them also in her case.
So
And sorry, guys, I had to come to my sister's house so my kids weren't yelling and screaming and wasn't rude to everybody.
that is appreciative. Thank you very much for that. Well, that's impressive because I mean, it's amazing. That it's like a crystal junkie. You just start and
Oh,
like, you
but you know,
picking them
it's
up,
like,
and then over the years, you probably have an insane amount.
when I had that one little cluster, I never thought that I would have over 1,000 crystals.
Well, that's ridiculous.
It is.
How do you
I'm
use
not
1,000
even
crystals?
kidding. I'm not even kidding. Okay, because you know, like they come in different shapes and different sizes, and some of them are rough, which means they haven't been polished or cut into, you know, like a let's say a heart shape or even into a wand. And there is a little bit of a difference in the vibration of how they're cut or if they're tumbled and polished, and size does matter for certain things.
Nice, good. See, I knew I'd learn something on the ladies panel. Y'all are just being straight. So the size does matter.
It does.
All right, good to know. All right. Seriously though, as far as size of stones, does it really? I guess they have more power, like the larger one, or some stones just really highly have a high vibration, and you don't need much of it.
Okay. You
What's the
want to
deal
know
with
what?
size?
This is I have my stuff behind you. Hold on one second. I'm going to show you something here. This is moldavite. Okay, this is a very high vibrational stone. It actually is a tektite, and what that is let's say our space weather comes down and crashes into the earth. It is so hot that it melts and becomes like a natural glass. Can you see that?
Yeah,
This is moldavite.
hold on, let me hold that up for a sec. Let me lock in on you. Okay, so everybody can see
All right,
that.
so
You're saying that is formed when a meteor hits and melts the area around it?
Yep.
So it's a meteor impact formed. Okay,
Yep.
very cool.
Okay, and so there's different ones. Okay, so this is Tibetan. Now you're asking me about size. Now these are actually sizable for what this are, and they are pricey. I want you to see this tiny little thing here. This is called phenakite.
I see it.
Can you see this?
No.
Okay. This little thing packs a punch. So when you add that, if you're working with moldavite, there's something called the moldavite flush. And a lot of people, when they have it, spoiler alert, if anyone, they actually will feel a heat come over them and actually will get like red cheeks and stuff. And when you have this little piece of phenakite mixed in with that, it amplifies it. So yeah, size does definitely matter.
All right, I'm going to have to ask a basic question for skeptics and stuff like that. Yeah. How do you know crystals have vibrations or energies, and how do you know when they're up and down? Can you actually measure this stuff? Is there a way to test frequencies?
They do. And you know what I didn't bring? Sam actually was talking about dowsing rods the last time we were talking. One of the ways that you can check your crystals is if you have those copper dowsing rods. If they stop moving or they're not moving or they're off balance and going all crazy, you know, depending on what your intent is and how you are interpreting it, 'cause everybody has their own interpretation. You form a relationship, actually. It sounds crazy, but you do. That's one way. If, like I said to you, if I take this piece of rose quartz here and I'm holding it and I'm just not really feeling much off of it, I'm like, okay, she needs to go into the sun for a little while. And let's say I did those dowsing rods and they were like this. You can put it in the sun for an hour, take it out, and then they will start. And copper, you know, is a conductor of energy. So, and they'll start moving back and forth like this if it's balanced, or if it's not balanced, they may be going like all over the place. So it is definitely measurable.
That's kind of an easy way. Or do people like use pendulums or something too? Or
you can use a pendulum, which I left in the car. You can use take a necklace here and just.
For like skeptic people, is there actual like you could hook them up to a meter and see vibration? Or I mean,
they have an electric magnetic field that goes around it and a torus. Okay, and it looks like a big donut. And so it looks like a big donut, and they have machinery that can read the hertz and stuff, or whatever it's called in there. I don't
Okay.
have a machine. I go like the old style way because I don't want to spend hundreds of dollars to.
Yeah, and that's
with
kind of
it.
what I was thinking was, there's been so much stuff on crystals that I'm wondering, like, how people know which ones work better when they mix and which ones, like, I guess it's a lot of it is just instinct and feeling, or this is ancient knowledge or something that these crystals go together. Like, how do you know how to combine crystals? How is this art developed?
Oh, you just said it. It is developed and it is intuitive. So it's a combination. Obviously, when Cleopatra was using lapis lazuli as eye makeup, because she did, that was grinded down lapis lazuli, that very blue that she wore on her eyes. Even back then, it was like, okay, well, what do you use these for? They've been using them for ancient years. I mean, if you watch any of the history channels, and they believe that certain stones and would help them bring them to the afterlife and all these other properties. So I just basically, it's an intuitive development that you over time will know. So if you're taking classes or you're researching it, it's just like you can find that if you're going to work on a certain chakra, what stones go with that chakra. So let's say we're going to do the chakra system goes in the color of the rainbow. And that too is measurable. And I have papers on it, but I don't want to sit here and read them. The root chakra is red. Then the sacral is orange. The solar plexus is yellow. Heart is green. Throat's light blue, indigo, and then violet. So you would use the most simplest way if you want to align yourself would be to go to a crystal store, feel out which ones feel like they're calling to you, because you would be amazed how they actually feel like there's this pull. And if you don't feel it, but you want to try it anyways, the color coding is the best way to go. It's more complex when you start going geometric. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like the cube.
We could get in deeper, because this is basically just like, hey, what's changed with it with the Mandela effect. Gaby and I talked about actually having a separate Tuesday night discussion where she'll teach a class on crystals on air. You can come on and ask questions and can join in the fun. If you guys are interested in doing that, I'm open. My Tuesday nights are about whatever you guys want and kind of whatever I want. So if you want to come on Tuesday and talk about that, that'd be groovy. The other thing I want to talk about is there were some questions from the Mandela chat room, so we're going to go through some of these. And are the one a lot that keep coming up are something called time crystals. I've heard a little bit about it. Do you know what time crystals are?
I don't. I'm sorry to say that. I did
not. No problem. There's like some sort of scientific thing where they're trying to make a crystal that exists in different dimensions. That's all I know. We'll have to bring a guest on that probably knows more about that one.
Yeah, because that would be metaphysical meets physics. I mean, yeah.
Okay. You already kind of addressed the chakra questions. Okay. What is the best way to use crystals for meditation or manifestation and protection? Let me ask it even simpler. If someone has never really messed with crystals and wants to get started and do it in an easy way, where do they start?
I love clear quartz. And the reason why is because they are amplifiers of everything. And people like to say you can program them. I like to say to assign them to what your intent is. So, and because they're one of the stronger, you can sensate them. Like calcite, they have a very gentle feel. So if you're just beginning, go ahead, and if you get a quartz in the family of the quartz, I would say that the quartz itself, they're the family, rose quartz, there's blue quartz, green quartz, clear quartz, and that I would say to start there. Amethyst, So, because you know what, you don't want to just jump in and go, I want the most highest vibrational one that's going to send me off into interdimensional like space, and then you're going to find yourself like feeling flighty or have an energetic psychic type of headache, because you can actually do that to yourself if you're introducing this higher vibrational piece of material into your own field. It's going to have an effect on you. So you don't want to like jump from 0 to 100, and you know, you kind of want to do that in steps.
All right, and let me ask you this question that came out of the chat room. What about Earth Guardian, giant crystals that are changing the energy grid around the planet? In other words, are there crystals that are so big they're like, you know, half the size of a hill or a mountain that affects the Earth, and just like we use crystals?
Yeah, well, you want to know something? I'm not like super educated in that, but my thought process on that is, of course, it has an effect or an influence, because they're conductors and they're all over the Earth, and the Earth has its own energy meridians. And you know, one of the things that comes to mind is where they found that really humongous pocket of selenite. I think it was in Mexico, and then, you know, the fact that that is so ginormous. Yeah, it definitely. So if that's going to, if it has, the smaller pieces have an effect, of course these gigantic ones are going to. And you know, when you want to talk about Earth's resonance going up and going down and going up and then going up, I think that the crystals are definitely being affected by it. How could they not be? You know,
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
That's what I was curious about that.
But
oh, go ahead, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say that if you're somebody who likes to meditate and do like an outward thing of like world peace, or you know, or something of that nature, keeping Mother Gaia in balance needs to stay in our intent and in our heart space, because my personal thought on the fact that we are now somewhere in the 30s, right, in the Schumann resonance, where it used to be at 7, might not be the best thing. A lot of people are thinking this is great because it's for ascension and she's raising her vibration and all of this. Well, have you ever thought it's because she's kind of angry and the energy is a little off whack because of it? So,
oh, well, yeah, I never thought of that too. You know, there's people.
Yeah,
a lot of people say everything's alive, and including the Earth.
Yes.
And you can make it angry. You can, you know, everything has a spirit and soul.
It's almost like she's having an anxiety attack. It's like she's having an anxiety attack. I mean, look at this. How, if she's ascending, but the earthquakes are happening, and we have this volcanoes coming out, and we have all of this space weather going on, and then we have our own consciousness affecting it, and everything affects everything because we're this one big web. It came to me the other day that maybe she's like in a state of being overwhelmed. Yeah. So send peace and love and tranquility to her.
Well, if you guys dig Gaby and what she's saying about crystals and want to do a special show just on that, where we can really dive in and go deep on it, please comment in below or say something in the chat. We are going to move along to our next guest, and Gaby's going to hang out and join us with this. And I'm going to introduce Robin in a minute. Let me tell you what happened with this. There was someone named Perfection. I actually don't really know her name, and I accidentally called her Robin in the intro. But I was also referring to Robin. I just kind of like mixed up things. So I'm having Robin on to talk about an interesting thing on her YouTube channel about a cemetery moving. Changing, a cemetery changing, and we're going to get into that. So, Robin, if you can hang out a minute before we do that, we got a little housekeeping I want to talk about.
Okay.
And so everybody knows. So, as a, all right, as we were talking about before with the Schumann resonance and how you think that maybe that's actually a cry for help from Mother Earth, or she's angry, or whatever. You guys remember that I did a show like 2 weeks ago where we talked about how the Schumann resonance spikes again. Well, if you think people have been acting weird again the last day or two, check this out, because here is the Schumann resonance for the last day or two, and you'll see it spiked at the very bottom. I don't know if you guys can see that okay, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty yellow. So what you're looking at is how yellow it is. So if you think people have been acting really weird again, we had like a total weird week in the ME when it spiked last time. So I've been talking about making a meter like basically like the Terra threat meter, where there's different colors. So I got Kate to help me make this today. So here we are. We're going to start putting a meter up when it spikes. And so we are in, let's see, level orange here. So just follow the Mandela head. That's where we are. We're level orange. And I thought this would be kind of fun. And we call it the Emmy Cranky Meter. So if you notice that people are starting to be a little, your family's a little on edge, or you're talking to people, the last 2 days have been weird, that is because we are in orange as far as the human crankiness meter.
That is great.
Thank you. Kate gets a big hand for that because she did all the artwork there. But
yay,
yeah,
Kate.
I kept saying we need a meter. This would be so funny. Just whenever I see it spike, I'm just gonna start dropping it in the chat area.
And he's smiling.
Yeah, he's laughing. He's having a good time with all this.
Yeah,
so as long as we're not in red yet, we're yellow. So honestly, though, it does seem that people just freak out around these spikes, and it happened last time. When the spike went away, everybody got along again, and the spike happened last night. And so if that was a weird night for you, that's maybe why. All right, so I wanted to throw that in there before we forgot about that, because I thought, hey, cool. we put some work into that joke. So there we go. All right, so we're going to move on to our guest, Robin. Robin, why don't you tell us a little bit about your channel, and then we will jump over after that to your story about the cemetery, which is how I found you, which was a pretty darn interesting story.
Okay, can you hear me okay, first of all?
Yeah, you sound great, Robin. Go ahead and, let me jump out of, sorry. There you go. Go ahead and talk, and now the camera should follow you.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate this. I wanted to be on here so bad, and it's just great to be here. So, hello, Gaby.
Hello.
I've been watching about the crystals. That's pretty interesting. I'm kind of interested about that, too, so I hope I get to talk to you later about it. Yeah. Well, anyway, my channel really was just kind of just my own personal channel. It really, had no theme. I like to do like videos about people, fan stuff, like the Bee Gees and Josh Groban and all these people. And so my channel is probably going to turn into a Mandela Effect channel eventually. So anyway, I did a video about the cemetery, my cemetery near my town. And it really, I already knew about the Mandela Effect a little bit beforehand that this started happening. But I was just, well, let me just start with this. Let me just start over here because I'm getting a little flustered. I've never done a live chat before. I'm a little nervous.
Okay. Everybody, let's all give her some love, because it is nerve-wracking being on your first live chat.
I'll send you some.
Talk. Just tell us a little bit how. Here's how we always start, Robin, and I'll help you through this. Is just tell us how you started with Down the Mandela Effect, because every one of us that have been on here, I think just about every single person was a different kind of channel, and then the Mandela Effect kind of like pushed its way into their channel and hijacked it. Like
right, that's pretty much what happened.
Right. I mean, Moneybags was like a financial channel. Jacob Israel was talking about all kinds of other things, and then I was like basically a farming and libertarian channel. And so that was it, and then now we're all here. So how did you get here? Start there.
Okay. Well, let me start with the fact, well, I'm a Christian starting off with this. And so my perspective is coming from a Christian point of view. But
we got lots of Christian listeners, so you're good. Actually, they're probably thrilled you're on here, so good.
Okay. Well, I want everybody to know I'm Native American, I'm Apache, and I'm half Native American and half Irish. And I've had a lot of not, with being a Christian, I also believe in the paranormal. I believe in the supernatural. I believe in angels and demons and, you know, ghosts and spirit. I believe all of that. I know all of it is true, but I also believe it comes from the one Father who is God, because there's goodness and then there is darkness. So there's both, you have both of those things going on. Well, as far as the Mandela effect goes, I've started seeing things, you know, just with my own eyes. I you know, like Jiffy turned into Jif, and Payless Shoe Store was just overnight Payless Shoe Source, you know, just weird stuff like that. So I just got on YouTube and I started seeing all these different videos, and I said, that's exactly what I'm going through, and that's the thing I saw, and that's the thing I saw. And I'm like, just really just started studying it and getting into it. Well, one day I went over to my cemetery to visit my dad's grave. And this is in, you know, my local town where I live. And I went past a friend of mine's. Some people may have seen my video, so this is probably old news to some people, but a friend of mine's grave, who was a drummer, his tombstone had changed. And I had been past that 100 times. And it was always a little gray stone, and it had drumsticks on it. And I was like, okay. I went past it again, and all of a sudden that tombstone had changed from the last time I saw it to a big brown stone with just his name and no drumsticks on there. And I'm like, what the heck? I knew what it looked like. I knew what it was, and I couldn't understand it. But I kind of had an idea about the Mandela effect going into that. So I said, this has got to be that, because I felt like I was in a different world at that cemetery, because trees had moved, and some of the mausoleums that were there had disappeared, and other ones were replaced by it. And I was just floored. So I just drove around the cemetery looking for changes, and it just seemed like half of the stones were different from what I remembered. And I have a photographic memory, so my brain just automatically just, you know, chinks in on that. And it's like, no, it's all different. It's all different. But my dad's grave is still okay. Everything, you know, with my family's okay. But the difference is
Robin, let me ask you, do you know anyone that was at that funeral with the guy with the drumsticks? Like, is there pictures of people standing around the gravestone? And, like, you have anything, like, in your personal?
I really don't have anything to prove this with. It's just all going to be me.
No, believe me, on this channel, that's all you need. We're okay. We'll talk about it. We believe you. But I'm just saying, because, you know, in funerals, a lot of people are going to take a picture of the gravestones. And I wonder if all that changed.
I really wish I had, and I need to research that more. But now that things have changed, you know, it makes me wonder if the picture has changed. You know, It's like Back to the Future, where everything morphs, you know, into what it is now. So it's like, I don't know if it would make a difference.
It's crazy. People, like, the pictures will change. People have actually emailed me one picture. I had this happen with a Volkswagen, and it changed when it hit me. It's a different email. It changes, like, when you think about it. There's some sort of quantum thing going on where you think about it and it changes.
Exactly.
Like the experiments, you know. So I totally believe you on that. And it probably would change. And what's funny is some people are saying if you take a picture of a picture, it doesn't change. Like they found a hack where they'll take a picture of a picture, and then that seems to stay when the picture changes. So if any of you guys are listening and you think something's going to change, start snapping pictures of pictures.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, it not only changed just that one time, though. It has changed several times. Just in the, you know, since I did the video. I mean, it's like gone from gray to gray and brown, and back to, it switched back to the same one before, and then came back again. So it makes me wonder how often we're shifting from one world to another, because that's my point of view on the Mandela effect. We're shifting from one parallel world to another. That's what I believe.
As a Christian, is it more like a rapture thing going on, that this is getting ready to start end times?
Well, end times maybe.
On that?
End times maybe, but not. We're not. This isn't the rapture. I don't believe this is the rapture at all, because it says we're going to meet the Lord in the air, and that's not happened. I've not seen the Lord, so I'm like, I'm
just curious, because I'm always curious because you believe in dual realities, and you know that it's from God, which is cool. But I was just curious where you're at on that.
Yeah, no, we're not. Well, so if anybody else believes it's the rapture, that's fine. I'm not going to say I'm right about everything. I don't think I'm right about, you know, I don't come on here thinking I'm an expert or anything.
Well,
but
I'll definitely. I'll definitely invite you on. We've been talking about doing another Christian panel forever, and we just can't seem to get it together. But you're welcome to come on and join that panel when that happens.
Okay. Well, I probably wouldn't be
too.
I wouldn't be too fun talking about the scriptures, because to me that's like, I just don't even care about the scriptures changing, even though I believe in God and I love the Lord. It's just like, you know, if you know the scriptures, write them down and remember them. You know, it's not going to do any good to say, oh, this changed, that changed, because it could switch back at any time. I mean, we just don't know.
Right.
So I'm not really too worried about the scripture changes.
Well, thank you for that, and we'll definitely get in deeper into that on another show. But I did want to at least address it while you brought it up. So tell us, go ahead and finish out your cemetery story. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do like to, you know, this is a conversation, so we stop and we talk. So go ahead.
Well, as far as the cemetery story, you know, I took my mom there one day, and I was, you know, I'm always telling her about the Mandela Effect, and she pretty much believes me now after some stuff that's happened to her. But we were going past another tombstone, and she goes, "Oh, I know him. I just saw him last week." And I'm like, "You did?" I said, "Well, the tombstone says he died in 1983. I said, "Mom, are you sure?" And she goes, "No, I went, don't you remember, I went to my class reunion, and I talked to him for a half an hour. He was sitting at the table, and I know it was him. He's my friend forever." And I said, "Okay, well, he's been dead since 1983, according to the stone." And she just couldn't believe it. I mean, she was just in shock. And I had kind of another strange thing happen as far as this is concerned. I went out to eat for my daughter's birthday about a week ago, and I saw a lady who was supposed to be dead, she was my teacher, and I knew that she had passed away several years back, and she was sitting at a table with her daughter.
Wow.
I didn't say nothing. I was just like, well, Mandela Effect. You know, I just didn't even go there.
Yeah, this is happening more and more. Like we talked about this last show. I'm getting example after example of people seeing people that were dead. Other people, the flip side, other people come to you and say, "Hey, you were dead." You know,
has that ever happened?
That's not happened to me yet. There is some weird stuff that I'm going to have to make a story about. That apparently I've been making stories that I've made before, and so is Moneybags, and so is Jacob. Apparently, like people are saying, "Why are you reposting the story? You dropped it a month ago." And I'm like, "Man, I never made this story." So we're going to talk about that because that's happening in my personal life. But I don't think this is like an isolated incident. I have a feeling that people have been having that happen in their personal lives everywhere.
Yeah. It's just crazy. And, you know, I've had a lot of experiences with like the paranormal, like with UFOs and things like that. And I said that on my video, that I wonder if some of this is connected because of the Native American in me or whatever, because my grandfather always taught me, you know, my Apache grandfather always taught me about the star people. And if Native Americans are not afraid of them, they come to them, you know, they will appear to them. And I've had this happen so much in my life. You know, a lot of people are probably going, "Yeah, she's a Christian, all right." But no, this has happened to me, and I've had these experiences. And I believe, in my own belief as a Christian, that, and we would be naive to think that God did not create other worlds with other living beings. You know, he's a supernatural God, and I believe that all these things that are happening are from him, including aliens and ghosts and you name it. It's all from God, in my opinion. IMO.
Right on. And Gaby, you got anything you'd like to add to that? You want to ask her a question on this?
No, I'm agreeing with her with that, because I too am a Christian, but I'm not super religious. So
I'm not either, but
in the master of none. I believe in a little of everything and not all of it.
Yeah.
You know, I take what I can. So, yeah.
No.
Oh, could I ask her a question about the crystal? About crystal?
You guys take it on. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you know anything about the South American crystal skulls?
You want to know what? And this is.
Do you know anything?
The skulls.
Yes.
choose
do you know
to stay away from that whole topic because I believe, and I know people who, once they have the skulls into their home, even if it was just for like a little decor, which I don't like when people really say that, but they actually have a form of consciousness that's a little bit different than the
Yes.
stones. And so what ends up happening is they'll nag at you more. The stones, the crystals themselves will nag at you, especially if they feel as though they need to be worked with or want. It's really a crazy relationship. But as far as the skulls go, you're going to have to excuse me on that one, because I choose not to really get involved with that aspect of it, because you know, they're man-made with man-made intention, and some of it's just for marketing, some of it's for religious, certain beliefs, certain rituals, and I try and
So
it's
you
not
do,
my
but
gig.
you do believe they're supernatural, though, right? To some respect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they all have a consciousness, and again, some of it has a little bit of a different streamline than I choose to work with. So
Okay, just curious, because
it's me personally. I know some people are like, they're my best friend, like they literally talk to me, they'll sing, and it's like, I don't want my crystals talking to me in that manner, or singing to me and stuff. So.
Well, some people say that, you know, these crystal matrices are like computers, that they can store information, and that higher level beings and stuff can basically transfer, I wouldn't say so much electricity, almost like spiritual information into something, and it can come back out. So you can like put lost knowledge in a crystal skull, and it will have a consciousness and come back. Like these things are like computers, like AI almost. You know, I don't know how to describe it better than that. But crystals can't hold information, right? I mean, I know
they're using crystals. They can. They're programmable. And Marcel Vogel of IBM was one of the first pioneers to find that these crystals actually can hold memory, and they can be programmed. And he was the first for the LCD, the liquid crystal displays, like what you have on your computers. It's in watches, it's in lasers, like medical equipment. So they absolutely hold in your intent. So the energy you put in and you program it with your intent, it takes it on. And I don't know if you guys have heard of John of God, but he's a big healer down in Brazil. He actually has a market of these quartz crystals where he programs them for healing and stuff. And so when you purchase it, you're purchasing a pre-programmed crystal that's used for healing. So absolutely. And really quick, as far as that goes, can you see the cut on this? If you could see, there's many sides to this. This is a special cut.
That's beautiful.
On this, and this is actually called a Vogel crystal because they can have 6 sides up to 24 and 36. And the more sides they have, the more stronger its amplification properties are. And so this actually, you know, I don't know, can you see that light on my hand?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that light? Just you know, it's almost like where that light is, okay, would be the amplification of the light that's in this room, okay? So now if I was doing that with the sun, amplified. So definitely programmable. See this piece? This is green fluorite. It's assigned to when I do astral projection. Sometimes when I'm sleeping, because I have a lot of out-of-body experiences, and this is great for protection. So this I have sat and meditated with and have bonded with it for protection of my astral body. So definitely they hold, so the skulls will, and if you have the right person that is on the right level vibrationally, that they can tap into, like you've heard of the skull Max, right? I think his name is Max, and she brings it all over the world, and people have extraordinary experiences with this skull. You know, if you're on certain level of vibration, you can pick up on what is in there. So each person will get something different from it, you know, but the energy, our energy body interprets it and reads out what it reads out on our own levels. So you have somebody who's been meditating for a really long time, they might be able to get some stuff out of it.
I was just
And I
curious.
believe, I think the process is they're missing the 13th one, and when
Yes.
it all comes together, it's supposed to be like this big whatever. We don't know actually what's supposed to happen when that 13th one comes around, but so far it's not legitimately found. There's been some fraud, fraudulent ones made, but
as far
maybe
sorry, no, I just had a general question about crystals while she was talking about it. What happens if you have like a crystal you touch all the time and someone else touches it? Does it really take on another person's vibe, or can I charge a crystal up and give it to someone? Like, what are you? Is that bad etiquette to touch someone's art crystals?
It is. It's just like how someone will come up to a pregnant woman and think that they have the right to touch their belly. It's a private, personal thing. Actually, it's etiquette. It's proper etiquette to ask, "May I touch?" And yes, you can pick up that person's energy, those crystals. That's why when you're working on them and you're doing a layout, it's very important to clear them, cleanse them, and recharge them before you do them, use them in somebody's next session. And ethics and integrity go very strong with this. You got to watch who you're going to, because understand that these are transmitters. They are transmitters and receivers, and absolutely. So
yeah, that's why I was curious because I see people always wearing crystals and stuff like that, and I know that. But I mean, could you use it?
Psychometry.
Could you use it as a good way? Could I like charge up a crystal and give it to someone with my energy on it, like in a happy mood? Or because I will say, the way I got first involved with it was just old school worry stones. Like out in the country, some folks. My grandpa was a country folk, and he always had a worry stone. He'd play with once in a while, and I started picking up that habit, and it really does work. It chills me out to play with them.
They do. They do. My sister gave me my first one. Yep. Can I just really quick say something? As far as that goes, my cousin and I actually call her my life partner. Very close. We actually, she lives down south, and she was up here, and we each had each other's crystals while we were with each other. And when we went to leave, we gave them back to each other so that she would have my energy on that crystal and I would have it by hers. And there's been many times that I have held it and have actually been able to feel closer to her, just by knowing that it's been infused with her personal energy, and vice versa. So you can definitely put your intent and your energy into a crystal. Crystals do not like negative energy. So if someone tries to be negative with them, they don't usually go very far with that. Just heads up on anyone who might be trying to be a little bit naughty and take advantage of them. They are a high consciousness, and they don't really. That's why when there's too much energy on them, they just kind of shut down. And then that's why I said when they get like dulled out, their light tends to dim. And so there's too much excess energy or negative energy. And hey, we all have negative energy. It's just part of who we are. And we all need to keep it as clean as possible. So, and they help remove those blockages, because this negative energy that's in our field tends to cause blockages. And when we have blockages, this other things start manifesting, especially physically. Can I mention one thing really quick?
Yeah, but then I'm going to give it back to Robin.
And I forget.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to tell everybody who's watching really quick that I have actual pouches of crystals with certain, each pouch represents something. And I want to, when I talk about crystals, or I do a session, or I have a class, I always do it like a door gift, or when you're leaving, an exit. And so I would like to give an email to anybody who wants to possibly receive them. There's 3 bags. You can't be specific on which one you want. The email, if you email to me, I'm going to give it a 2-day window. I'm going to do a random picking, and the postage and everything will be on me, but it's got to be domestic or Canada, because I don't want the shipping to end up being more than international at this point in time. Maybe later on, if anybody's interested in that, I can give you the email for that really quick. Hold on. Uh, it's luckyhealingcrystals@gmail.com. And your email will not be spammed or shared with anybody. It will be deleted as soon as this. You can also correspond with me through that email as well if you have a question that you'd like to ask me on the side. But if
We had
you
our
want to
first
be
giveaway
put in,
there. Wow.
yeah. So it's my thank you to just whoever's interested in them. I mean, they're just such a gift and a blessing. And so one of the pouches is grounding and protection. Another one is wellness, and then I have one that's about activating our third eye there, and yeah. So I'd like to gift that. So I wanted to just do a random pull, and let's say Thursday. So by Sunday, whoever's in, I'll pull it, and I'll correspond with you and let you know if you want or not and how we're gonna get it shipped. So
Super nice. I mean, what a community we
Yeah.
have that you would just give away some of your stash. I love it. And you know, and I would also like to say, I think there is some interest in doing a crystal class, maybe looking at the chat room. So
Yeah.
maybe you could save a bag for that if you want, or whatever you want to do.
I got so
Oh, you do have 1,000
Okay.
crystals. That's right. Okay.
You have no
So,
idea. I'm not at home to give you a tour. You'd be like, Gab, really?
uh,
And I'll
Okay.
say I'll do a session on myself.
Thank you. It's so generous of you. What a sweet gift. So guys, contact her. Kate dropped the email in the chat if you if you missed it. So
Thanks, Kate.
contact her. You can also find Gabby over at the Discord chat room. Talk to her there too. Robin, I want to give the remaining time back to you to go ahead and talk about anything else you'd like to talk about with that story, or anything else you want to ask before I invite the other guest on.
Okay, there is some things I wanted to mention. I want everybody to know that I'm here, not to be the spokesperson for death, you know, for the for the Mandela Effect death session or whatever. You know, I'm a positive person. You know, I try to keep a positive attitude, and I think the Mandela Effect, in my opinion, is really a good thing. I think it's a wake-up call. I think it's, you know, I liked your thing, Dr. Lupo, about the beacon. You were talking about it being a beacon. And I think that's exactly what it is. It's a wake up, you know, look here, supernatural things happen. God is supernatural. And, you know, all you got to do is just look around and things are changing right before our eyes. And, you know, we never had that before. The veil is being lifted. We're seeing that this world is supernatural. And it's not at all what we thought it was. And I think it's an exciting time to be living in right now. I think it's awesome to be able to see this. And a lot of people are treating the Mandela Effect like it's a fatal disease. You know, it's like, oh, you know, it's everybody's going through the 5 stages of grief, you know.
True, though. You're really true.
Yeah, it's like denial. First, they're in denial. Those are the debunkers, you know, the ones, oh, it ain't happening, you know, it's, you know, don't tell me about it. And then there's the ones that are in the depression, which was what I was in when I made that video. I was just kind of like, what the crap is going on? Pardon my language, you know, and finally I realized, you know, this is just not a bad thing. Good things are happening because of it. People are getting together. People are starting to wake up. People are starting to realize that we can all love each other in spite of our differences. And I just think it's a wonderful thing. So, and also I wanted to talk about a little bit about UFOs.
Oh, yes.
Gabby, have you ever seen one, or Dr. Lupo?
Yeah.
Have you taken it first?
I've been 5 years old.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I have been seeing them all my life. I almost got abducted once. I think I've been abducted maybe twice that I didn't, you know, possible. But I almost got abducted on a country road. And this happened 2 years ago. And it was 2 black triangles. And they look like stars. You cannot distinguish them from stars, you know, because they are so bright. And they came down really low, and I got out of my car, and by this time I knew pretty much what was going on, but I didn't think they would try to abduct me. I just wanted to look at them because usually they fly over or whatever, and then that's it. But this time they came to me. I said, I know who you are. And they came to me, and one tried to fly down in front of my car, and the other one went behind my car, and they basically blocked me in, so I couldn't go anywhere. And by that time, I was like, you know what? I'm a little freaked out. You know, I don't know if these are good ones or bad ones, because, you know, there could be bad ones. You don't know.
The Decepticons.
The Decepticons, yeah. But at any rate, I jumped in my car and I hit the gas as hard as I could. And you know what? I think I would have drove straight into that thing, you know, and it flew off. It flew off when I got too close to it. But it was, you know, it was at night. It was like 9 o'clock at night, and I was all alone out there. And I thought, you know, I just better not take my chances. You know, they may want me to go with them. They may be good guys. I don't know. But you know, I've got a 50-50 chance of being wrong either way. So, I mean, I was a little scared by that. But no, I've been seeing UFOs for a long time, and a part of my life.
Yeah, some people have a lifelong relationship with UFOs,
Yeah.
you know, where they come and go. I've never seen one, but I know people. I've even had a relative seen one very clearly. He was at an Air Force base, and one pulled up at the Air Force base. So it was like the size of a football field, and sat there. And everybody had to sign, like, you know, papers saying they didn't see it. So that
Oh, wow.
that's legit, as far as I know. But as far as I've never actually met anyone that was abducted or something like that. But I'm open to listening, you know, for sure. Tell us that story if you want.
Well, that was, you know, my story pretty much, was about the abduction.
They were going to trap you in. That's crazy. So
Yeah.
there you go. We are joined now by Jynx Cat. Jynx, say hello and say hi to everybody.
Hi, Jynx.
Hi guys, is my mic working?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
working great.
Okay.
You're coming across
You're
fine.
frozen. Oh, is she?
No, let's see here. We're having the second wave of people come in. Dana's coming in here, and Jynx.
Oh, everybody's at
And-
the same time.
Well, they're just rolling in, and then we're gonna roll in and out.
Sounds
So,
good.
ladies, since you're joining us, understand there's you know, some of you guys it's the first time. It's a 4-hour show, so if any of you panelists need to split, just like type me a message and say I'm splitting, and you know, I know some of you guys can't stay on the whole time. So,
Yeah.
I'm going to let Jynx chime in on any of these categories. Jynx, you want to chime in anything on crystals or UFOs? That seems to be the topic right now.
Oh my gosh. So I actually have seen a UFO. I was 12. Do you guys want to hear about it? I can give you my personal experience.
Do it.
Okay, so I live in Portland, Oregon, and still in the same area I grew up in, and I'm actually just up the street from where this happened now. So I thought that was pretty crazy that I ended up right here. But yeah, I was 12. It was like 1989, I believe. I wrote about it in my journal at the time, right? And so I was outside playing basketball with a friend of my mom. We were over at her house for dinner, and so her son and I and my sister were outside. Must have been around 6, 7 o'clock. It was just starting to hit dusk, but it was still light out. We looked up, and literally about 200 feet above this house right in front of us in this cul-de-sac, there was this giant silver-shaped disc, and it had lights coming down off of the bottom of it. They were not a specific color. They were sort of like this bright white, but they kind of shifted. There were lights that went all the way around it, and then there were 3 in the center. And I was with these other 2 kids who were a year younger than me. We started screaming. We ran in. I told my mom, she was sitting on the couch with her friend, and she goes, you know, what are you guys yelling about? And I was crying, actually. I was really upset by the entire thing. I'd never seen anything like that. So she's like, why are you crying? What's going on? And we're like, you have to come outside now. There's something in the sky. And we didn't even put it together like it's a UFO. We were just freaking out. You know, we're kids. And so she goes, no, you guys are messing with me. She kind of blows us off. My mom's friend comes outside with us, and she goes down to the end of the cul-de-sac, and she's looking up and she's yelling, Marianne, you need to come out here. I've never seen anything like this. They're not kidding. And my mom we must have watched that thing for literally, it was about 15 minutes. And then we sat there just staring at it. My mom would not come out. She was inside on the couch, drinking her coffee. You know, she finally comes out, and the thing shoots straight up in the air and is just gone, disappeared. And this wasn't like you know, I've seen bright lights in the sky moving oddly. I've seen things where there'd be one light and it would separate, kind of go in a circle and then come back together. This wasn't like that. This was literally like tree level above, you know, right above the trees, at this cul-de-sac in the middle of the neighborhood. It was so bizarre. But yeah, so that was one of my first really big, like, wow, anything can happen, you know, moments. But I don't tell a lot of people that, because when you start talking about ME and paranormal stuff, and then you mix it with I saw a UFO, it, you know, so that's my story for you guys. I don't usually bring it up all together, but yeah, I'm not able to not believe it. I don't claim that it was anything in particular. I have no idea what it was. I don't necessarily think it was, you know, alien. I don't necessarily think it was something of ours. I do live by the Portland airport. We're not too far away from that. Maybe like a 5-minute drive. So we see the planes coming in, but this wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. And it made no noise. It was just sort of this quiet vibration, but no sound other than that. And then when it left, no sound. It was just gone. It was weird. So yeah, that is my story.
I didn't expect that. Thanks for that story. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me go around and introduce our other two guests that came in, and then I'm going to just let you guys talk a little bit. So Sharon, she's joined us before. If you guys know healers, Sharon, do you have anything you'd like to add about crystals or UFOs or a lady being affected by ME? Any of those topics are fair game right now.
No UFO experience. My father saw the black triangle fly over his house, but I think that's a U.S. government craft. But I did have something I wanted to say about the crystal skulls. A healing group I'm involved with got, like, one person discovered another healing group dealing with the crystal skulls, and they were supposed to be connected to the Palladians, I think. And everyone got all into it, and but you know, everybody in the group, I don't know if I noticed so much with my friends, but everybody who had already been there, they were all getting sick. Like, they were involved in this group, but they're all like, oh yeah, you know, it's such an upgrade. And like, one woman's like saying, oh, I was down for 2 months. The next person's down for 6 months. And I mean, like, in bed. And so there's something weird about those crystal skulls. I got the EBGBs about it. It didn't resonate with me, so I didn't go back. I think I went to 2 of the meetings, but some people I know were like so into it, and it resonated with them. And but then the group that was the woman who was teaching the classes moved on out of our area, so you know, maybe they didn't stay long enough to get deathly ill, but that kind of bothered me. But the ones that were really into it, they were just like enthralled, like loved it. So
yeah, I wonder how much of that is actually them influencing them. Not hypnotic, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
like
no, it would be like after they would do some sort of initiation or something, and then the person would just be like sick for months or something. And I think that I'd heard before that it might have been the Palladians that kind of suck your energy. So I'm thinking that might have been what was going on. But
well, that's, yeah, I've heard a mixed bag on those skulls, good and bad. So, but more bad than good lately. Let me introduce our last guest so we can get Dana involved in the conversation. If you hadn't met Dana is a psychic as well. There's a lot of good healers and psychics here. And Dana came on a show with me Tuesday night, if you missed it, just recently, 2 nights ago. And I twisted her arm until she said, okay, I'll come on the show too Thursday. So because I need ladies. I want lady listeners. All right, there we go. So if you'll introduce yourself a little bit for people that missed that show, and then throw in your 2 cents about any topic you like.
Okay, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Dana. Nice to see you all. It's been a really great show so far. Really interesting. I love the topic. I can talk like this and talk about this subject forever and ever. So, yeah, I'm Dana. And yes, you did twist my arm. It really hurt, Dr. Taryn. It was good to be here, maybe.
Wait, do you need a session?
So, with the skulls, sorry?
I said, do you need a healing session now for your arm?
Well, I think this is a healing session. I think everything about what we're doing tonight is healing. It's healing for people. It's giving people perspective. And, you know, I love my crystals too. I wouldn't say that I understand what everyone is called or what their names are or exactly what they do. I just go with how I feel with them. But I have some UFO stories. Actually, I was on the highway driving again. Imagine that. I'm always on the highway. But my son and I actually saw a UFO. And it was funny because we were both sitting on that side of the car. And I'm looking out the side of the window. I wasn't driving this time. I'm looking out the side of the window and I see this light go straight up in the air really quick. And the car was full. And I said, did anybody else see that? And my son in the back seat said, yeah, I saw it. So it was just one quick thing, but it went straight up in the air. It was really bright and it flew very, very fast. So I don't know if it was a UFO. I wonder what UFOs are. I wonder what aliens are. I do tap into that a lot. I was kind of hoping tonight that we could talk a little bit about, has anybody had a past life regression ever? Like a meditation and get past life regression? Or
I did.
Yeah, so I wonder if there isn't something about the past life regressions that are sort of about the from plane or dimension to dimension. I'm wondering if there isn't some connection to that. And we call it past lives, but in actuality, I think it's just current lives that are taking place in other timelines. And these regressions that I have done, I have felt like I am that person. I can relate to that person. I can see that person. That person quite often looks like me, yet doesn't. And it's very strange. And even I was a baker in my last life is what I think it was. I was a baker and I would knead bread all day long. Well, in this life, my wrists are terrible. So I wonder if there isn't some sort of, you know, pull from one dimension or one shift into a next. And I don't know. I would like to talk about that if anybody else has something to share with that.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. I talked to Linda Moulton Howe, who's a ufologist, and on the phone, and she was wanting to do like hypnosis on me. And do they usually do hypnosis when they do these regressions?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
typically the manner, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about. I just
Yes, for sure.
curious. Yeah, okay, that's all. Go ahead.
And
Well,
did you have a past life? Did you have a regression, or were you able to go into another dimension when you were having this meditation?
I didn't actually do it. I kind of chickened out, to be honest.
Oh, well, you know, I've had quite a few who they were amazing. I mean, the experiences and what I learned about myself and different lives, and even like really far out lives where I'd be, you know, an 11-foot tall black woman, and I'd be like, okay, really? I'm 11 feet tall? How is it? But everybody else was too. So I go into these other dimensions and it doesn't look anything like this one. So yeah, it's really, I recommend it. If you ever get the chance to do it, I recommend going back. But I don't think it's past lives. I actually just think it's side lives.
Right.
You know, you're just going from one to the other. But yeah, I thought that would be good to talk about tonight.
What I wanted to tell you about your wrists, when I do healings, one of the biggest things I have to do to make the, you know, to correct it, is to correct it in all the parallel lives. So you have to disentangle each parallel life from each other and each one from you, and then it won't, it's like a ribbon of energy that carries through.
Yeah. And are you saying that carries through my wrists? Or
the
is that
pattern,
every part
the
of the
pattern
body?
is there on the energetic body, and the pattern won't go away because it's being fed from the parallel dimensions.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you have to kick it, you know, get it, remove the pattern in the present and next to it, you know,
and
whatever's influencing it.
I think that makes complete sense, because in the past life regression that I did, where I was a baker, I was alone. I was a young woman. I was in my early 40s, and I was alone. My husband died, and I remember sitting in this little room. I had a fireplace. I was wearing all black, and I had a little hat on, and I had a little table and just a chair, and then I had a little room with a single bed. And I was by myself, and I was doing needlepoint. It was very, very quiet. Obviously, there was no electricity at this time. But I remember sitting there feeling lonely, yet my life was very repetitive. I went to work every day. I came home. I sat there in the kitchen by myself, and I ended up dying in the bed. And I was alone when that all happened. So, and that's a very deep fear in this lifetime for me. So it made a lot of sense at the time that I had the regression. And I thought, okay, well,
Yeah.
obviously it was from
That's what I do, is delete that fear, or make that a distant memory instead of something you feel, right? And it's one thing to see it, and sometimes in seeing it, like you saw it, so maybe you can figure out how to get over
not
it.
fear it.
But the energetic imprint is still there. You have to remove the energetic imprint, or you just go right back into it, unless you somehow say, well, I don't need that anymore, and you just throw it off yourself. Totally possible. But
so could this be some sort of Mandela effect? Could it be the Mandela effect of jumping from paralife world to another, even though they were at different times? Because I felt like this was probably in like the late 1800s. Do you think that the Mandela effect is really what we're doing when we're doing a past life regression? I think that's what
it's
it is.
a multiverse. We live in a multiverse, and there's so much information that comes in from past lives. You know, why? Here's a really good example. I told one client that her beautiful blonde-haired 3-year-old child would think, don't be surprised if she thinks it's okay to kill people, because she's wearing the cloak of her last life where she was the warrior protector of her village. And the woman goes, oh my God, just last week she said, Mommy, sometimes it's okay to kill people. Because she was wearing that. Do you see what I mean? And so you get the information. If your uncle was great in the stock market, you'd love to wear his energy for a while, right? But then you don't really want to keep the energy where you lost your child and you're just forlorn and you die of a broken heart. So, you know, we are made up of the multiverse. I mean, energy comes in from other places to affect us. So,
well,
anyway.
I found that somehow it could relate, and your cells are jumping from parallel universe to the next one, and you're bringing that with you. That's why sometimes I think my childhood feels so far away. And I was just talking to a bunch of people about that today. Like and I had great memories. I had really cool memories from when I was a kid, a lot of great times. And I met a whole bunch of people today that I grew up with as kids, and it just sort of put me back into those days, and I couldn't quite relate to it. It just feels like a whole other lifetime. So yeah, anyway, I've had an interesting day, just to say just to put it out there.
The best way I think to understand the multiverse is it's like you have one oversoul running every body, every version of you, and you have access to all that information if you look.
Yeah,
you gotta look.
Can I actually comment on this?
Yeah.
So this is just my personal way currently, because things are always changing for me in terms of the information that comes in and how I look at things. But what I am currently feeling, that my understanding of reality and the way the world is working, not necessarily just in regards to Emmy, but what you're talking about with the sort of, well, they talk about quantum immortality. I know I've talked about this on a show quite prior. I think we talked about it on Cynthia Sue's show where she was on with Taryn. my dog is barking. He's really drawing my energy out over here. So, do you guys mind if I jump and let him in the room? I'll be right back.
All right, yeah, we'll jump over and put you
Okay.
back in a
Thanks.
sec.
I'll come right back.
There we go. All right, so we're handling dog stuff. I want to jump back in for a minute, and I'm trying to let the ladies have their time to chat and take this conversation where it wants to go. We'll pull it back towards some Mandela Effect stuff when we're ready, but I'm enjoying this, so I'm going to let it go and give it back. Are you all settled in there?
I'm good.
I need to tell you guys, I keep getting kicked out of the chat.
Oh, yeah, Robin, jump in, because I think you're just having a bad connection or something on your end. I noticed that you're the only one bouncing out. So just keep coming back. You're like Lazarus. You'll just keep reappearing. It's fine. Add away. So
All right.
if you want, you could like just show up with different disguises every time you come in. We will act like it's completely normal.
I keep
Oh, did she get kicked again?
She froze, yeah.
Robin, come back. Oh, and there's an example. Okay, sorry. We lost her. Dive her down.
Oh, boy.
Just keep coming back in, Robin. We'll put up with it. All right, Jynx, go ahead. Take over what you wanted to add in.
All right. So what I was going to say is I do believe currently in this theory of quantum suicide or quantum immortality. And what's really interesting is on Netflix, they just put out a show, and I had this like push to watch this movie, and I had no idea why. I hadn't heard of it or anything. But The Discovery, and it's just come out. It's on Netflix. And what's really interesting is I turned Clyde Lewis in Ground Zero. Do you guys ever listen to Clyde? He's been around for a while. He's local to Portland, but he has a international national show online. So anyway, he covered this topic, and he was talking about psychic abilities and the movie The Discovery last night, which I thought was really insane because it was a movie I had just watched and related to this. But basically in the film, without spoiling it completely, it does talk about the concept of quantum immortality, where there is a world just like ours, very close together. You know, they talk about multiple worlds, parallel worlds, you know, multi-world theory, where one thing has branched off and become slightly different from the reality that we're currently living in. So a lot of times, and the idea of quantum suicide, I think I can explain it better than I could when Cynthia was on the show. I was a little nervous, but basically quantum suicide is the idea that if you took a gun and, you know, put it to your head and pulled the trigger, you'd always be alive somewhere else. So even if that life ended, you would never have any idea. You would go consistently and straight away into the life that you could continue to live in. You would live as long as you were able, by theory, you know, by idea, to still be alive. You would still be alive. My current understanding of that, because I get a lot of people asking me, well, what happens when you die and you're older? Do you just keep going through, or how are people born into this new world? So I'm really going all over the board. My understanding of it is that yes, this exists, where we switch back and forth to I consider them frequencies, but to frequencies that are very close to ours, where there's very minor differences. And I think we do that continuously, naturally, all the time. I think that those worlds, you're not completely conscious in every single one of those. Your consciousness lies where you're currently residing and can shift automatically to one of those. So it's almost like we're this waiting body. And I think, Sharon, you'd probably be able to go into that a little bit more, because I know you understand that, but that concept. But so we're moving through this. And I think that when we die quickly, or we die unexpectedly, or we take our own life, we're pushed into this same place because we haven't learned everything we needed to learn from that lifetime. So I feel that we go through that, but then once we actually get through that point, and this is something that if you watch the movie The Discovery talks about, they kind of get to redo and redo and redo until they learn that lesson. Then you go on to move on and move upward, or wherever it is you should be. And so my current understanding is that the quantum shift, as I like to call it, I like it better than the Mandela effect. I just feel like it's more, you know, comprehensive. I feel that is the parallel worlds coming together, the parallel universes that are very close to each other, and that's what we're jumping in and out of. But I do think that there's like a parallel dimension that exists on top of that, and I think that we move through those dimensions as well. And so I think when you're asking if it's related to the Mandela effect or the quantum effect, I feel like part of it is and part of it isn't. And at the same time, I also believe that what is occurring is a natural occurrence, but I do believe that it's currently being manipulated by people who, or entities that have figured out how to do that.
Exactly.
And so that's my take on it. I think that yes, you know, it is related, and no, it is not related, if that helps, past life wise. So I think sometimes the actual past lives, you know, you're remembering because you reincarnate. I believe I'm Buddhist with a weird Catholic background. But yeah, I believe that you reincarnate to learn different lessons. But I believe that if you try to get out of it too soon and you haven't learned what you needed to learn, you'll be shot right back into where you were. I really do. And that's just from talking to people and the NDE, you know, research I've done and listening to people's stories. That's where I'm at currently.
I want to add something to that. What I see is when you leave with an emotional event, it sticks with you. If someone kills you, you just can't get over it, it sticks with you. Or, you know, an emotional suicide. But, you know, if you died peacefully in your sleep, you know, the only thing that's going to come out of that life is anything you didn't let go of.
Exactly.
You know, the stronger the emotional charge, the more you carry it to the next life. So the whole purpose of life is to give up all your attachments to everything.
Surrender. I mean, they say that, you know, they say it in treatments. They say it in, you know, surrender. My cat's walking across the screen. I am an animal house in here, you guys.
Of course, he's just saying hi to my cat. What's up? They always talk to each other.
Yeah, I know. He loves it.
There it is again. All right, there we go. You know, anytime a cat photo bombs, I'm okay with stopping the show for a second.
Okay. I tried to adjust the computer to cut out the background, so there we go. So yeah, anyway, that's my long-winded explanation of where I'm at.
Well, Robin, you came back. Lazarus, you want to give us your opinion on all this? Did you catch most of it?
Yeah, most of it. I tend to agree with Jynx. I think, you know, we're shifting, and I think that we're being manipulated possibly by CERN.
Yeah.
You know, and it's moving us around so quickly that we're starting to see the effects. Yeah, I mean, it was probably at a way slower rate before, which was probably normal. Mm-hmm. But now, you know, since it's going so much back and forth, we're able to actually spot it.
Well, and we have the technology too today to be able to interact with each other and see these changes are more, you know, visceral and more available to us. So I think like it's partly that, and then I do think everything is speeding up, definitely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think a lot of the changes are specific and have some kind of message behind them. I do. So,
can I put a spin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If we're having all of our lifetimes all at the same time, then what maybe what some people are saying that we get stuck in the black box on the moon, and that we get stuck in this construct, and that we're recycled, that they're recycling us, and they want out of the matrix, they want out of this construct, they want to stop reincarnating and be let loose. How would that fit into the simultaneous lives being lived at the same time, when we have a theory that some people say that we come into the moon and we go out through the moon? This is just some of the theories out there.
I feel like Sharon has an answer to that right now.
The pink moon.
I guess I just feel that from you. I feel like you know something about that.
Well, I always see it as, you know, time is just, you know, snapshots one after the other. And it's like this time bubble runs over here and this one runs over here. But I mean, think of it, you can also think of it like the holodeck. Oh, you know, you have all the potential, you know, on Star Trek, you create the program, you can change the program or whatever. The program doesn't exist till you walk in and make it exist. So maybe all of those other lifetimes are the program that's getting ready to run that hasn't run yet or something. I know that it's all happening at once, but we can't perceive it all at once, so we have to see it in a linear fashion.
Yeah.
But if it's like if you could just go a little higher, you could see the whole thing. But we are kept from, some people can go higher, and some people briefly could do that and then come back down. But I think all this changing that's happening with the sun, supposed to be off this flash, and that is all activating a light in the center of our head that is going to make all these things easy to see. And then you can see that, you know, this is true. And, you know, like CERN, the quantum or the quantum D-wave computer can calculate everything that's true and not true at the same time, and, you know, have all these different versions of reality. And I think that they're all there, but we can only focus on one because we have very limited intelligence or very limited awareness. And partially that limited awareness is because we are in this moon matrix, and we're only allowed to vibrate at one little vibration. And once we break out of that, we can go into unlimited vibrations. And it's like they're all there. They're just like turning the dial on the radio. You know, they're all there. They're just not, you're not paying attention to them.
That's, you said it. It's like turning the dial on the radio. It's frequencies, and you can tune into any frequency at any time, but it doesn't mean that's the station that's usually on for you or that comes in the best, you know? And depending on where you are in life, it's just like if you're moving closer or farther away from a radio tower, you know, you could come in clearer or you can come in a little bit more shaky. And so I think depending on where you are stability wise in, you know, in your energy and yourself, that has a lot to do with what you're able to tune into. Obviously, you know, it really affects that. So
let me jump in and ask Dana. She's been a little quiet. Dana, can you give us your opinion on all this?
Well, as I say, I can you hear me? I turn my microphone back on?
You're good.
So I kind of get the feeling, I feel like I quantum leap, or I feel like I can leap into another existence where I can see this doppelganger. And they're, you know, as I say, they're me yet not me. They're slightly different yet.
yeah, you froze. Is that just on mine?
No, she froze.
Different scenarios where I'm different houses. I'm running around and it doesn't look familiar to me, but I can see me standing there. So I think it's all happening at the same time. If I look into it in a spiritual sense, I think it's something that's happening concurrently. And you can leap from one to the other, and there's different times and different times of the year. It's not all, you know, 2017. Yeah. Some are from way back when, and Atlantis times. I'm sure I had a life regression in Atlantis times because it didn't look anything like it does here today. So, but it was very real. And even it was interesting too, because even in the past life regressions, I would see other people I knew in my existence, family members who were all in different bodies yet looked kind of the same. And so personally, I think it's all happening concurrently. I'm not really sure, but that's my feeling about it, because I've done a few past lives, and they've always been interesting, and I've always learned something.
It's my belief that you have a soul family. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's sort of my take on it. I will tell you, though, again, with stones having a mind of their own, I have a little story to tell about that, if you wouldn't mind. I used to have this little blue stone that when I would do readings, I would hold on to it. And I had it for a long time, and I would always just put it down when I was done reading for the day, and I just put it by my lamp. And one morning I came in to do work, and I look down and my stone is gone. So I look around the table, I can't find it. It's okay, it's gone. I don't know where it went. It jumped away, but it had been there for months. And then year passes, I come into work one morning, sure enough, is that little stone not sitting in the exact same spot that I lost it in a year before. And I look, and my pragmatic mind and my logic mind is like, okay, somebody was vacuuming and they found it and they picked it up. So of course I had to go around and ask everybody's opinion. And did you pick this up? Did you find this? And nobody found it. It just showed up again one day. So, and it's funny, it was given to me by a good friend of mine who has since passed away. And I think about her quite often. And she gave me this little stone one day, and I wonder if she didn't give it back to me a year later. But I don't know where the stone went. It just took off and went on vacation, but didn't take me with it.
They're known for that.
Yeah.
Jumping, disappearing, reappearing. Yeah.
It's interesting. And another thing that interests me too is petrified rock. So if all wood can turn into rock, does that not mean all crystal used to be wood? I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. I was thinking about that. So maybe.
You said the petrified wood?
Yeah, it's now stone and crystals.
I believe it's
what I mean?
Silicon dioxide in it that forms around it. The solution that comes around it.
But wouldn't that mean that all wood would?
Oh no, not all wood. I don't know. It
You
would have
don't
to be
think?
what, in a matter of time that all wood would become?
I don't know. I'm just putting it out.
I'm hearing you choppy, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, sorry. So I was in the petrified forest when I was 12 years old, and even then I thought, the wood turning into stone. So does that mean all wood is stone or it turns into stone at some point? I don't know. I was just putting it out there. Kind of one of those aha moments.
There's someone in
how
the.
they form.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't see how that would possibly happen, because it needs the right solutions and the right temperature and the right,
Yeah, there's a lot of petrified wood's awesome. I don't know if you can use it for healing stuff, but I used to put it in my fish tanks, and I thought it was just so cool. And did you guys see there's been a rash of videos about people saying that really that there's no trees on Earth, it's really bushes, that a long time ago trees didn't die like redwood trees. They were huge and giant, and when they cut down, they left things like hills and mountains behind. So they were putting like pictures of stumps and then pictures of like Ayers Rock, or pictures of what's the Close Encounter one? Devil's Tower. Looks like a gigantic tree stump somebody cut. And it was this theory going around that there used to be just massive trees, and that's what some of the mountain ranges are.
I have a comment on that.
Yeah.
And then wouldn't it be the roots underneath too, like those big crystal caves that have those big giant crystals that are like hundreds of feet wide and really long, and they're like, the people are this big when they're walking through the caves. They look like tree roots.
Yeah. Couple comments. First, on the crystal caves. When you're healing with your crystals, connect your crystal to the crystal in the cave. Oh my gosh, does that charge it up? Wow. Anyway, so the trees, the big trees, I always, when I first heard about giants, I just knew in the center of my being that it was true, and I couldn't get enough of it. And they say that the people on this planet used to be really large. So that would, like, who built the pyramids? Well, 30 feet giants built the pyramids. And there's skeletons all over the planet. They found, a whole bunch all over United States, but a lot on Catalina Island, like 3,000 or 4,000 on Catalina Island. And then they found the whole bunch of ones in Antarctica. They're even in the news. They're digging them up right now with elongated skulls. Yeah.
Can I butt in real quick? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Well, even the Bible, there's giants. I mean, in the Old Testament, that David killed a giant. I mean, that pretty much confirms it for me.
I kind of think that, the dinosaurs were here when they were little lizards to the giants or something, and the trees were probably bigger too, because,
Well, there's some trees like redwoods that supposedly never die. They just keep growing. So imagine if a tree's, 1 million years old, how big is that thing going to be? Who knows?
Well, redwoods don't last forever because they have really shallow roots.
There's some, I can't remember. There was some tree that they can't figure out that it never dies. And I wish I remembered. Maybe there's a botanist in the chat that knows what I'm talking about, but someone save me on that. But
That would be interesting.
Yeah. So you guys want to add your 2 cents on this? I didn't mean to jump in, but I just want to say that. Ladies, about giant trees or giants?
I just think it's very interesting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it just looks like, it feels like trees. I mean, there's even things that we can do with our ashes now. Even with human ashes, we can turn into rock. We can turn into gems. You know, people who lose their animals can send it off to a lab and get a little diamond necklace or something like that. So I just wonder, trees turning into components that turn, or, you know, I'm not a scientist, but it just makes sense that the trees get harder and turn into crystals or stones or different kinds of stones. I don't know. I don't have any science to back it up, and I don't have any real evidence with it, but it makes sense to me.
I mean, carbon is the main building block of, you know, every living thing on Earth. And so it's like, you know, crystals, carbon, human bodies, carbon,
right?
Trees, carbon. So they all break down, I mean, relatively, you know, to the same elements. We only have so many elements in this reality, like mass, you know, world we're living in today. So yeah, I think we are made up of the same things. It makes sense that in the end we can all become the same thing. I mean, if you look at the rhythm of nature in general, that's, you know, that's really the definition. Is we live, our bodies die, they become part of the earth again. I mean, that's the natural cycle of how it's supposed to go, you know, and then we're eaten and we be eaten, and the cycle goes round. So it's just this shifting of energy. I mean, it really is. It's just a shifting of energy. And so it makes sense that everything kind of becomes the same substance at some point, you know.
Yeah, that's what it makes sense to me too. So yeah, I just thought I would put that out there because I don't know a lot about stones, but that really makes sense to me. So I thought I'd ask the expert in the panel.
I don't know if there's an expert. I'm definitely not it, but
yeah, I wanted to like show everybody, if I can show you this.
What you got?
Am I on the camera now?
Yeah, I got you on.
See that? That's an
giant
excavation of a big skull. Do you see that man excavating that skull?
No.
So I've actually done some research on those.
Anyway.
There are quite a few of those that actually are hoaxed photos. I personally do believe in the Nephilim. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that completely right, but I do believe that there were larger people here. I don't think that they were quite the size of what we consider giants with beanstalks to be today. They were a larger race of people. And, you know, it's talked about in a lot of religious writings, Christianity's Bible being one of them. And so, yeah, I definitely believe that they existed. As for the things that have been dug up, currently there are skulls that are definitely elongated or larger in structure, but most of the research I've done on the pictures of the sites being what's the word? I'm sorry, extricated. What? You know what I'm trying to say?
Excavated.
Excavated. Thank you. Yes. In terms of the site.
I can add in a little bit of what I know about this, because I do know a little bit. So there was, you know, there was these shows where they're like hunting giant skeletons and all that stuff on the Discovery Channel, and there's all this evidence that they were around. But the big thing, what really kind of drove it home, was every time they find one, somebody calls them Smithsonian. The Smithsonian just takes it and it disappears. And finally, someone sued in the court documents. And if you guys are research guys, you can find this. The Smithsonian admitted that they destroyed over 10,000 giant skeletons, like in the court records. So there's a lot of these things around. I just think that they've been collectively being taken and destroyed.
Yeah,
well,
I heard
currently
they were
they're digging them up in. They're digging them up in Antarctica right now. They're elongated skulls. I think they're about the 12 to 15 foot range. They're saying it was Atlantis or something. It was a flash frozen civilization. They're right now they're digging them up in the last 2-3 weeks.
And
Yeah.
so, they'll appear. There's always going to be fake ones all over because there's just
Yeah.
people that think it's funny to make giant, memes and skulls and stuff. So yeah, no doubt there's a lot of fake ones, but there are real ones, lots of them.
Well, and there's I think I've mentioned it to you guys before, but there's a book called Forbidden Archaeology. If you can get it and get the unabridged version, it does go into some of the older, excavations of some of the larger skulls. It is in there. So, but yeah, a lot of the photos that I've seen being passed around right now are older, and they actually come from an older source, but a lot of them are being recycled right now. So that's just, that's my own research on it.
Yeah, the ones I thought were interesting were the ones they went and dug up with the microfiche that, that are found in 1875, and there's giant skeletons and stuff that's legit out of old papers that I don't think would have been photoshopped in the 1800s. So,
Yeah.
I mean, look who I'm talking to. None of you guys trust the government. I'm not worried about that. Nobody watching this show trusts the government. Yeah. So there you go on that one. So ladies, before I jump to another Mandela topic, is there anything else you guys want to say? And then I'm going to start throwing topics at you.
I was going to go ahead, dear. Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Let Robin go because she's unstable.
Yeah.
You don't know how much longer she'll be there.
Yeah, I normally am unstable, so that figures. I wanted to mention about the UFOs, though, really quick. A lot of people watching are probably saying, "Oh, she's crazy," whatever. I don't care, but
not this.
I want to say,
don't worry about it.
Not everybody.
This crowd will believe. No, you're fine.
Well, not every UFO. I just want them to know that not everything I see in the sky is a UFO. I know the difference between airplanes and I have talked to MUFON, and I have talked to a lot of professionals and things, so I can kind of judge what I'm seeing. And on the other note, real quick, I wanted to know if anybody else in the panel has seen physical changes to their own body from day to day, where something has changed, and it's not just because it's your body, but because it's something like your hair is longer or shorter, or just weird stuff like that.
I have seen a lot of people reporting it. I personally haven't.
I've seen it in my own self. My hair from one day to the next changes drastically sometimes. It's weird. And well, anyway, go ahead. I'm done.
No, I know people always joke about my hair because I've always had it short my whole life, but I've had this real urge since all this started to grow it long. So, there is legit things. I don't know if any of you guys have had an urge to change something in you since this started, but I don't know what it is. I'm just supposed to grow my hair long, and everybody teases me about it. So I'm going to be with the Ancient Alien guys soon.
I don't think a lot of people know, but I don't actually have any hair.
Really? You wear wigs?
Yeah, my hair. I shaved my head 2 years ago because I wanted to take the focus off of my looks, and I didn't want to deal with it anymore. I was working with cancer patients at that time, terminal people, from 2001 to 2009, and my mom passed away from cancer, and it was one of the hardest things I'd seen women going through. And then when I converted to Buddhism, and I was trying to simplify my life, simplify the stuff that was in it, I decided that it was something that was just kind of keeping me in place. So yeah, I shaved my head a couple of years ago. I do wear hair because it's fun, but really outside of being on air and stuff, I don't. The main reason I do for shows or videos doesn't have a lot to do with how I look to anybody. It has more to do with keeping people from focusing on that. I think it's hard for some people to accept and take that in. And so I think that some people, they need to see you with the hair and what they expect to be able to sort of look past that and move into what you're actually saying or listen to what you're doing. And so for me, that's been a big part, but I don't hide it at all. I mean, I love being bald, so yeah.
I never knew it was a wig. It was a good job.
Oh, I have like 20 wigs. I was a hairdresser, and I worked doing a hair restore. I can't talk. I'm sorry. Hair restoration for people who were going through with terminal cancer or have lost their hair from alopecia, that sort of thing. And so it's something that I could take a bald person and make their hair waist length, in 5 hours with systems that would stay on their head. So yeah, you know, it's not a big deal maybe because I can change it up so easy in terms of what it would be for other people. But no, I just didn't want to be focused on that anymore in my life, you know? So.
Especially females, because we do wrap ourselves so much around our hair.
Completely, you know? And I just, yeah, and I probably would go bald all the time, but I know it's YouTube and I know how social media is, and I want people to hear what I'm saying, or feel the intent of my message that I'm trying to get across. I want people to not focus. I don't want it to take away that bridge between me and all types of people, you know? And I think sometimes people see looks and they really do that. And so, yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, because you can't change how other people feel right within themselves by looking, and, you know, it is a judgment, you know, it is of how we perceive one should look like or be. So I totally get what you're saying, and power to you.
Well,
I mean,
and my
that's
natural,
awesome.
you know, my natural hair is pitch black, so
Yeah,
you know, so that's a whole nother thing. But I just don't feel like people should be defined by that stuff, and so I just don't let it define me. I change stuff up every day, and most of the time I have my sweats on, and I'm bald, and I have no makeup. So
there you go.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Oh, cat attack, Chloe, almost shut it down. He stepped on the keyboard. Thanks for that. I don't know why we went over there, but you know, this is your show, ladies. So if you want to talk about that, yeah, that's no. Well, I do think we talked about hair and spirituality the other day. That some cultures, like the Sikhs, grow their hair long, the shamans grow their hair long. You know, some people think it has spiritual connections.
It does for me. I mean, yeah, it was definitely something I converted to Buddhism a couple of years before I decided to do that. And it's not something all lay, you know, Buddhists do by far. Like most people don't, but it's a nice way of clearing out your energy, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Anybody else want to say anything before we dive back into Emmy stuff?
There's so much to dive into. Don Rickles died today.
What?
Did anybody else see that?
No, I love Don
Was that the
Rickles.
first time?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I could have sworn he died like years ago.
Oh man,
I just would have thought by age, not me.
Yeah. And
I'm
why
just so. Isn't that such a weird conversation now? When someone dies, we're like, the first question is, "This the first time?" Like, what if we
That was
changed?
my first thought.
Well, how
This
many
is our
times
norm
have we
now,
seen
you know?
Betty White die? I thought Betty White has died like 3 or 4 times. So, but
I'm that
Don
way with Abe
Rickles.
Vigoda. Abe Vigoda died 3 times in my life.
What? Abe? Is he still alive?
No, he died again.
No. Did he? I loved Fish. I can't remember. That was a good show.
You know what we all want to do is get a magazine that shows all the celebrity deaths. Take a photo of it, then take a photo of the photo.
There you go. That's what
See if we can document this.
Hey, by the way,
I had a lady. Oh,
Vegan
sorry. Go ahead.
Warrior in the comments was talking about how, you know, that he thinks bald people are cool. So don't worry about it, Jynx. That's coming from Vegan, though. He says hair's overrated.
Yeah, he can relate.
Oh, this cat. He's going to shut down the feed. All right, get out of here.
So, Dr. Karen, did you look in your box by any chance?
No, it's out in the rain and the snow. I'm not getting it until it gets warmer. But if you want, we could do an unveiling. We can open the box in front of on air and see what's in there. I haven't opened it in like 15 years.
It'd be interesting to see what's in there.
Yeah, that'll be good. We can find out. That'll be another night. But I'm not going out in that storm. It's terrible here. By the way, if we get cut off, that's what's going on. Either the cat stepped on this keyboard or the rain knocked me out. So I'll be back if that happens.
The weather's weird. It feels weird, and it doesn't. It's cold. It's one day it's 14, 15 degrees. The next day it's 0. It just never seems to want to make up its mind.
Yeah, I want to share this, ladies, with you. Let's see if I can get it open here. One sec. And can you guys see this picture? Speaking of weather, can you guys see that weird sunrise there? Now, is that an optical illusion, or do we got two suns going on?
I tend to think we have two suns.
Well, they do have that patent for the fake sun that's 50 years old. So it could be a fake sun, or it could be two dimensions. But I have a cousin who keeps seeing two moons. Well, she's actually saw it twice. Two moons. And then other people, then I've seen photos like that of two suns. So something, I don't know, something weird.
Has anybody else seen the moon upside down but me?
Upside down? What do you mean?
I have.
Well, it looks like the moon was upside down one night. You saw that too?
Yeah, it's the crescent's like facing the wrong way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've had quite a few people actually contacting me about that by email, and quite a few of us are seeing it, catching pictures of it. So, yeah.
And that's what's so interesting is that you're sitting there all by yourself. You're looking up at the moon, and you're going, "That moon is upside down." Yet you have no one else you can validate that with. There's no one you can talk to about that, and people just think you're married. Oh yeah, guess what? I saw the moon. It was upside down last night. You can't tell a single person that.
I was tripping out. Well, wait a sec. I got to jump in about this for a sec. Before we get back to the moon, though, when I showed the picture of the sun, Kate and I actually saw that for about 15 seconds. So it wasn't, now it wasn't that particular shot, but that's exactly what it looked like. And we were both looking at it, and I was like, you see what I'm seeing? She's like, is there two suns? And I was like, yeah. And it's kind of like blasted out by the corona, and then it just kind of went away. It fell into the corona. So, I mean, I've seen that in real life, and that's why I was so excited to see a picture. Now, that might be Photoshopped. I don't know, but that's what it looks like. So
did you guys...
moons, sorry. I haven't seen two moons. So you guys want to keep talking about that? I just wanted to finish that before I jumped off over to moons. And we still got to talk about this pink moon everybody keeps talking about, too. So
that isn't real? That nobody knows about?
I'm going to pass it back over to you, girls.
They're making that up.
I was gonna ask you guys, did any of you guys get to see my video that had Gaby's video footage of the sun in it?
Thank you, by the way. Yeah,
I
the whole video was cool.
Oh, but that footage was awesome. I wanted to know what you guys thought of it, if you got to see it, and if you haven't, check it out. But I know we were talking to Dr. Taryn, about it when we were on that show that time, and I did get it up, and it is out there. So I've never seen anything like that, though. It is literally an orb that pops off the sun like a like a nucleus splitting and like cell division. It's cool.
Did you see all the orbs that, like the sun orbs?
Yeah.
You have to really slow it down, but they're there. It's amazing.
And there's a couple shooting around with another one running after it. They're different sizes, and they're shooting around this, and
they're going in and out of the sun.
It really is worth checking out. Even if you don't watch my video, just check out the very end where her footage is, because it's really cool.
Yeah. You want to talk about UFOs? That was one of the go outside and go tape. The thing came from them.
Yeah.
The message came in. So,
it was crazy. Yeah, it's crazy footage. I've never seen that before, and I've seen a lot. So that was pretty cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It took me so long to get. It was so hard getting it to you too. I was like,
it was worth it. Yeah. It was definitely worth waiting for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've actually got one video. I've actually got a video of one of the UFOs I saw.
You do?
Yeah, I do. I can't show it to you here. I can upload it to YouTube on my channel after the chat or whatever. I have to look it up, but it's a triangle.
Wow.
And you can see the lights all over it and stuff. It's pretty clear. You gotta wait till the middle of the video to actually see it. So kind of bear with it. It's a little like nothing, and then for a little while, and then it shows up. So
I wish I would have caught something on video. I mean, like, there wasn't even cell phones at that time, we didn't have anything like that. It was processed film, and you have to have like a throwaway camera on you, and it never happened.
It was always grainy. And then what happens is the government comes out, and then you get Censor Cat like this, where he won't let you see the computer.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we
Cat.
did. Censor Cat is so cute. We did turn that UFO. We called about that sighting and called the airport, and my mom's friend did. I was too young at the time, but I sat there with her while she did it. But yeah, she called the airport, and you're not going to believe what they told us. They told us that they thought there was a weather balloon out that day. I swear to God. I can't believe that that's actually what they told us, but they really did. And then we got in the car and we drove around for about a half hour through all the surrounding neighborhoods looking for it, but we didn't see anything else. And I actually reported it as an adult a couple of years ago to, I think it's MUFON's page. If you go down, there's a sighting, and there was a couple other reports from that night of people seeing the same thing, which was pretty cool. It validated it for me, so that was cool. But yeah, getting footage of it, that's awesome.
This was like from 2007. That was when I saw them most of my whole life, was around 2007. And I said I've seen them my whole life, but I really wasn't totally aware of these things until they came in mass, you know. So then I really, that was a wake up call for me. And then then MUFON showed up, and then my cameras kept dying on me.
That happens a lot with,
Yeah, they eat the energy up.
Yeah.
They finally gave me a camera, you know, that would work. So that's when I ended up getting a good
Oh, she's
I
gone
think
again.
we lost her.
No, Censor Cat took her down. No. She's been censored.
Sometimes, though, I feel like the UFOs are military or they're explainable, and very, very few of them are actually, you know,
Legit.
something that's unexplained. I know in Toronto we had lights in the sky, and they just different lights, and everybody was taking pictures of them, and I psychically got in tune to them. And really, to be honest, it was just some psyop operation, and they were just, somebody had the intentions of doing it. It wasn't alien, it wasn't extraterrestrial. It didn't feel like that to me at all spiritually. They were just lights in the sky that were put there to see if anybody would notice. And that's what it felt like. So I wonder if lots of them aren't just military or some sort of, I don't know, spotlight. I really don't know what the answer is, but they certainly didn't feel like they were from another world.
I follow the secret space program, and we have several craft in space, 7 different programs. And this is all talked about by David Wilcock and Corey Good. And, but one of the programs that was started by Ronald Reagan was Solar Warden, and they're trying to get seen. They're flying around in these cigar-shaped crafts mostly, and like they'll fly around before we shoot off a shuttle, or, you know, then they're constantly getting in, like, you know, they're getting in the news and they're getting seen on purpose because they're trying to disclose it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're desensitizing us to it.
Yeah, I think they're doing the same. I'm sorry. Can I apologize in advance if I'm cutting you guys off? I get so excited, and I'm really bad at monitoring, like, when people are finished talking, and with the delay on the cameras, it just totally throws me. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So I apologize. I don't know.
Now I forget what I was going to say.
Sorry.
But it's okay, Jynx. Don't worry about it.
Sorry. It's all with good intention.
All right, well, come on. You cut in. Let's. What's gonna
That's all
jump in here, or I'm gonna keep going.
Go ahead.
All right. I'll take you on to the next topic. This is give me a minute to load it up, and this is a strange one as well. I just had to find it. I think this is it. Yes. All right. Someone had sent me this a little while ago, and I'm going to see what your opinion is on. Let's see. I think it's this one. All right. So, all of a sudden, we have 100,000 rare gorillas found in the Congo. Now, I remember when I was a kid, we watched Gorillas in the Mist. And if I remember right, it was something like 400 or 500 gorillas left in the Congo. And now all of a sudden, there's 100,000. So how did we go from 400 to 100,000 since the 80s? Do they reproduce that fast? Or someone want to take this one? Is it a Mandela thing, or what is going on there?
They're
Isn't
manned
it-
animals.
there's still a problem with the Gorillas in the Mist movie because it was not Jane Goodall, it was Diane Fossey now, or something like that. Like, Jane Goodall didn't deal with gorillas, she dealt with chimpanzees. Makes no sense to me.
So wait, if I go back and look at the '80s movie, it's not Jane Goodall anymore. It's someone else. That's
Well,
I thought it was Jane Goodall.
So I vaguely remember this, that Jane Goodall dealt with chimpanzees, and it was Diane Fossey that did the gorillas, but it was like many months ago, and I didn't follow up on it, so I'm not sure. But I have this vague memory that was like I called a friend, and she goes, "No, it was Jane Goodall with the gorillas." I go, "I thought so," but yeah, we could Google it and see. But I think that might be a Mandela effect. But it just also seems to me like when you were talking, like a whole bunch came in from a different dimension. You know, or we jumped to a dimension where they weren't all killed, like, or something. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm weirded out on this one. And also, Jane Goodall is one of the people that have died a few times and come back, right?
Yeah, she's on the list.
Yeah, but she didn't do the gorillas, evidently, or something. I don't know the whole story, but I think there's something there.
Well, anybody know this? Because I don't know. I'm going to say that right now. I don't know if this is a Mandela effect, but I'm going to take it to you guys and see. That's a weird one, because I remember like 400 gorillas and it being a big deal, and now there's 100,000.
Yeah, they were.
What?
Yeah.
Has anybody been
That's not
watching? I'm sorry. I'm butting in on people. I'm sorry.
No, do it. Go ahead.
Has anybody been seeing the YouTube videos about, they call them Mandanimals?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah,
Periodically.
And that's kind of where.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, honey.
Oh, I actually run a group. I think a lot of you probably know that. So anyway, I don't divulge who is in that group, but I run a group, support group for people who are going through the quantum effect, and that is something that we talk a lot about on there. Is the Mandanimals that are coming through. We like to update. It's just really interesting to see what's coming out. So yeah, a lot of people are noticing some really bizarre guys in the world today. They're really cool, but I've never seen them before. So yeah, definitely big topic.
Well, for people that know what you're talking about, what is a man-animal?
Mandanimal? Mandanimal? I've seen it written
I don't
both
even
ways.
know what you're talking about.
Mandela animal.
Oh, it's got a new little jingle, huh?
Yeah. The animals that have shown up that have always been here, like the bear cat. I've never seen a bear cat, but apparently there's bear cats with tons of, sports teams named after them. There's just a big list of animals that are just very
Narwhals.
Yeah, there's about half of the people I talk to that narwhals existed, but they only existed in the same way that a unicorn exists. And then there are people that narwhals have always existed for, just like all the effects. But yeah, just there's a list of things that were seen as being
and
not real before.
For those who don't know, a narwhal is a whale with a 6-foot javelin tooth coming out of its nose.
Yeah, they're very beautiful. Actually, they're pretty cool animals. So
yeah,
I like animals.
Flying foxes are really interesting to me. It's like a 4-foot tall bat that looks like a dog.
Yeah. Oh, the Red River hog. I just came across those guys. Have you seen those guys? Red River hogs. They have giant little curly ears that go out to the side, almost like little wings. They're really bizarre looking. But definitely look those guys up. They're neat.
I discovered one that I told Taryn about, an ant bear. I never heard that term before.
Ant bear. I'm going to look them up right now.
That. It looks kind of like an aardvark, right?
It is an aardvark. But
it is.
I never heard them use that before.
Ant bear.
Ever.
No.
And I love aardvarks.
I asked Kate, and she said that they did use it, but I've never heard that. So I never heard them called an ant bear.
Yeah, I never heard of it before either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's wild animals people haven't discovered. There's a whole lot of animals. And that actually kind of is going to bring me to my next topic. All right, so there's something that a lot of scientists never talk about, and people kind of forget and are a little unaware, that we are in the middle of the biggest mass extinction that has been going on in the last 65 million years. So in other words, like, to be a mass extinction, that means half of a species has to die, like half the number of them have to go. And half of all the species have died in the last 50 years.
They
so
say 2/3 by 2020 is what articles are saying.
Yeah, we had 10 million species on Earth. We lose about 50 a day.
Yeah,
So
they
there's
say,
this
yeah.
mass extinction going on of these animals. So is the Mandela effect, where do you think we fit in with this? Is the mass extinction just a bunch of animals going to another Earth? They're like, we're out of here. We're done with this place. Seriously, when you die, do you jump? Or is it mass extinction? I know people, I mean, humans are horrible and destroy everything and kill everything. I get that too. Or are these new animals showing up to replace some of the stuff that's gone? I just thought it was an interesting, weird thing. So I'm going to throw it out to your room. Talk amongst yourselves.
That the energy of the vibration of the planet is changing, and some animals can't live like that, or if they're guided by sonar, they're getting directed to go to the beach or whatever. But I just think that it's like, you know, the Schumann resonance is going up, and some animals just can't survive in that, where others are showing up now that can. And you know, they say they're having this mass extinction, but then if you add back all the new animals and the new insects and the new things, and also they say that animals don't come, everything explodes at once. Like there'll be like a mass die-off and then just massive different species all coming at once. So I don't think that that's anything to worry about, because somehow they can just all show up again. I don't know.
I'm more worried about how they would mass extinct people. Like if that's truly going on, and there's lots of speculation out there that they're trying to unload the planet, and that is more concerning to me than you could even possibly imagine sometimes, and it haunts me, because when I'll go out in the world and I'll see people and I'll see souls to people who, what narcissistic fools out there would take people's souls away from them. It just, I don't know, I'm worried about the mass extinction of people. So, and I think it's kind of happening in a way. If you look around, not to be a downer or anything, but if you look at what's going on in your world and how you feel, and the people who come to me going, I'm having health problems, I don't know what's going on. They have no idea what's going on. They have test after test, but they just don't feel right, and they don't know why. And I think that's important to address. And I see it a lot.
Yeah, I think that there's, like I said, there's people that are kind of just brushing it under the rug, that there's 50 things dying a day, 50 species. I just feel that there's something. It's just crazy to me I mean, I understand that man's self-destructive and we destroy everything, and then people are like, well, hey man, we discover all these species too, and it's like,
I think it's a distraction, and it's fraudulent.
What to say? It's just discovering new species, or
yeah, these species that are being discovered are being like thrown out there, like, I mean, and they're so ridiculous, and the names of them are so ridiculous, and it's just like insulting. Yeah, well, I think
developed in a lab somehow, or put out.
They could be spliced. They could be tinkered with man and
or just
introduced into the world, huh?
Or fake.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They're fraudulent. Like, they're not original species. They're spliced. They're put-togethers. So whether they're coming from a different dimension into ours, which is a possibility, or it's our people that are playing God and splicing them and seeing how they react to.
That's what it feels like more to me.
This extinctions, there's a few reasons, but it's no good. I don't think it's good at all. I don't think it's funny that we have rainbow-colored trees and frogs, and I don't know. It's just not right. You can sense it. It's not right. And you can sense that their energy signature is not, I don't know. To me, it doesn't feel like it's from the same God source creator that created our original beings along with us.
Well, if we're shifting from parallel world to parallel world, each one being slightly different, you know, each world has different things in it and different
Well,
animals.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I mean, it's going to, you know, if that's why we're
here,
possibly seeing these things.
Let me take this to a level. If that's the case, and if we're living in these dimensions simultaneously, wouldn't there be some familiarity, at least on some energetic or subconscious level, that we would recognize these and not feel so foreign to them? If we're really actually having many lives all at once, and there's a fractal of us in each one of these dimensions at one point, we are ultimately connected to our main source head, okay? Our higher self that gives each one of these beings of ourselves, or fractals of ourselves, life in these different dimensions. Then on some level, especially the subconscious level, there has to be a familiarity or some kind of recognition, and there is none with me. And that would be a great regression to do, actually, is to regress, to get one of those either past lives or simultaneous lives, and say, hey, do you recognize these animals in any of these alternate lives you might be living? It's something to look forward into. Finding the origin of some of this stuff is actually regression therapy, because our higher selves know.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Everything. Mm-hmm.
I've done a few astral travels into worlds where there were certain animals that didn't look like they were from here, but they were just, you know, transcendental trips or meditations. And I would go into worlds where there was, you know, very different creatures and obviously hard to explain. But yeah, I don't know if I'm wondering if healer isn't right about that in a lot of ways, where you're just jumping from one dimension into another, and that's the animal in that dimension. So yeah, it's really cool. But I saw a snake today that had pine cones coming out of it, or pine needles, and it grew like out of its skin. It was just it was bizarre. I've never seen anything like it before.
I think it's a mockery.
A what?
A mockery. A lot of it's a mockery. I don't know, that's my
well, I
personal
do
opinion.
think they're playing God, and I do think they're splicing DNA and creating things too. But I'm sure evolution. They say evolution. There's microevolution and then there's macroevolution. But maybe evolution is taking a jump in some way, or microevolution is taking a jump.
These all of a sudden it's so prevalent, it's like so in your face, that's why I said maybe it's a distraction, that these animals or these ocean life, who's discovering this? I mean, like, and then they're just thrown out there like they haven't discovered all this in 4 decades of me being here, and then all of a sudden in the last 6 months to a year, there's been like so many species that came, like all of a sudden was someone on this grand mission and all of a sudden, oh my God, look, I found all of these. You understand what I'm saying? Like someone taking a walk in the woods and was finally like, oh, look at that. You know what I mean? Like,
I saw iguanas swimming the other day. I never knew iguanas could swim, and they were like swimming good. Did you see that?
Yeah, those guys are neat.
They can swim.
Can they swim?
Yeah, when I go to this resort in Mexico, and the iguanas hang out at the pool, and it's kind of fun because they get in the water and they swim and then they go back up.
I think a lot of lizards can swim. I think most of them can, but you just don't see it very often unless you live near it. You know, I think Melanie was supposed to join us in a little bit here. I sent, by the way, I sent another email to you guys. Have been waiting to get in, so check your emails. She might have fallen asleep though, because she's from England. It's a live show, but she knows everything about lizards. I could have asked her.
I'm gonna be dropping out soon.
Oh, that's fine. If you gotta roll, you gotta roll.
Yeah, maybe in about 10 more minutes.
Yeah,
I've
got to. So
no problem. We're gonna get into the singularity. We had talked about this a few times. Oh, geez, before I forgot that, we wanted to talk about the number pi changing. We talked about that a little bit on the other show, but someone asked me to bring it up again. You guys didn't know, the pi 3.14. When you trail off the numbers, it actually changed to something else, which a lot of mathematics is based on pi. Does anyone want to take that one? Do you know about this?
Oh, way above my head.
Me too.
Yeah.
I hate math.
Okay.
I actually just saw something on this. I want to say, was it on, I don't want to say the wrong person's video. I think it was on Jacob's last video. Jacob is Israel, but I'm not sure. But they were talking about the mathematics of the pyramid. And they were saying that, I guess, and I found this really, really interesting, that the panels that they used on the pyramid, each of the stones, there's actually 1,400 or 144,000 stones on there, which is the belief that, you know, in Revelations that there will be 144,000 people. And this number comes up all the time. There's some tie-ins with pi as well. The angles, when calculated out, equal pi on its consistency. Pi is a never-ending number, and these go at an angle that would be never-ending, which I thought was really, really interesting. So I'm sorry if I'm quoting the wrong person's video or pointing you in the wrong direction, but it was some really great information, and I read that or saw that online like yesterday, I think, and so it's really interesting that you brought that up. But yeah, pi does play into a lot of the natural world.
I have a comment too.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, they changed the order of operations in math, and then they're just saying that they changed it. But it's like, you know, it used to be you calculate one thing on one side of the sign and one thing on the other side of the sign,
Right.
and then do them together. Well, now it's no, boom, 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 boom. You just go like you're reading a book, you know, left to right.
I've noticed that because my kids' math, yeah, it's
I'm
really
like, you
confusing.
can't change that. Well, none of the calculations work. Did we jump? I mean, you can't just change that.
I noticed that out of like just nowhere the other day. I was helping my daughter with her math, and you know, I have kids in different age groups, and they don't write them out like they used to at all. I don't know if that's an educational change or not, but they're straight across like you're reading a book. Yeah.
And a lot of those schools are giving classes to the parents on how to actually run it themselves. They are. I had.
Yeah.
Well, why did they change it?
I have no idea.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe it's a Mandela effect, and they're just saying they changed it. Everybody remembers it the other way.
Nobody told me anything.
Well, someone in the chat room is saying that pi now is 3.1478, and then it recurs over and over.
Right.
Where it used to be like, oh, big random string of numbers. There wasn't.
Yeah.
It was 3.1459265358.
That's correct. That's
you know what my
979. I can't remember all the rest.
You know what my intuition was when you first said that it went into a string of 5 numbers or that repeat?
Yeah.
Those numbers match where we are in the galaxy now. Somehow that has something to do with it.
Well, you know, it's interesting because even with the pyramids, and there's the, you know, supposed pyramids that are on the Mars structure, and who knows, you know, if those are true or not. I've looked into it, but kind of off topic. But they all are aligned in the same way that Orion used to be aligned, which is very interesting. And all of those are coming from a point of something that continues on through, you know, a pi calculation. That's really interesting to me that happens like that. Yeah,
And
there's definitely like.
Are they not aligned anymore?
They are not aligned to what Orion used to be, no.
Oh.
As far as I understand.
When did that
don't
change?
quote me on that, but the pyramids are not in the alignment, because the one that used to be the Great Pyramid is actually not where the Great Pyramid should have been structured with the alignment of the stars right now. And I haven't done a ton of research into that, so I'm going to probably give you bad information if I go on further than there. But yeah, look into it, and it's not aligned in the way it used to be, or the one that was considered the main pyramid is not in the space where that should have been, I believe is how they say it. You know, there's something really interesting too. I don't know if anybody's talked about this, and I'm not sure if it's changed, but in the old days, like a couple of months ago, you used to be able to type Mandela Effect into Google Earth, and it would take you straight to the Great Pyramid. Do you guys remember that? It doesn't do it, I heard, anymore, and I haven't checked it out for myself, but kind of off subject. Can I show you guys this red river hog real quick? I have him right ready to pull up, and he's pretty cool. Okay.
Take over, go ahead.
All right. And then I'll stop. Look at this guy.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you
boy.
seeing him?
Oh.
Look at his ears.
Oh my.
Oh my God.
So my husband told me that's going to be his new spirit animal. He's choosing it.
That's pretty awesome.
I've never seen anything like that until
What
about
country
4
is that
days
in?
ago. I am not sure. You know how I actually found it? I was making a video. It came up under the pictures when I was going through the public, non-copyright photos. And it just pulled up and I'm like, what is that thing? It sent me on this chase. And I actually found bear cats the same way. I found 2 new animals looking through stock photos in the last week. Isn't that weird? So, yeah, I don't know where he's from. But look him up. He's called the Red River Hog.
I always remember, sorry, back to the pyramids too.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
always remember the pyramids actually being in a row from smallest to biggest, not the biggest one in the middle.
That
it
I think
seems
is
to
the
me
change.
that
That sounds right.
I found that strange because
Or
it
less pyramids? Wasn't there less than there are now?
Well, I always
didn't
thought
ever
there
go
was
see them,
3.
so I don't know.
They supposedly just found another pyramid too. I didn't get to look into that. I saw it come across the thing.
Well,
I
they're
just
finding
found another
pyramids
pyramid.
all over the place. Isn't that interesting though?
Yeah, that's what
and
I'm
under the
saying.
sea and in Antarctica, and they're everywhere. And you're thinking there's something to this as well. It's almost like the pyramids are connected into a grid that in some way are either going to be activated because they're all going to be unearthed, or we're going to be able to use their power, because I think that's a very interesting thing when you look. So we'll have to see what comes out for that.
Let me tell you all what I know.
Ladies, I want to jump in and introduce Melanie. She's been waiting to speak, so let Mel say a piece on this, because I know you know a lot about this. I'm also getting echo from someone. Who is it? Is it me? I'm having echo? Go ahead. Never mind. Mel, take over.
Okay, I just, the pyramids. I mean, I have had the thought that, you know how they're finding they can, scientists can create shapes in water with sound frequency and things like that. So, and I've heard that some of the pyramids in Egypt are above underground aquifers and others are under the water. So, like you were saying about them all being in a grid, what if the pyramids are connected to the increase in the Schumann frequency? So whether it's the increase in pyramids that makes a higher frequency, or a higher frequency somehow, I don't know, create pyramids. I don't know.
I know a lot about pyramids from watching David Wilcock on his wisdom teaching show on Gaia TV. And what they say is all the Russian scientists, when Russia fell, they had nothing to do, so they just decided to start studying pyramids. And one of the things, the reason they're probably over water is because when you have a water underneath, it's bad, what do they call it, geopathic stress, and it's bad for you, and the pyramid will fix that. So, but if the pyramid is flatter like the Great Pyramid, it'll fix the ground. If the pyramid is taller like a teepee or a dunce cap, it'll bring energy up from the ground and create a vortex inside that will heal anything and all this great stuff. The pyramid, to heal things, has to be a slope of 70 to 72 degrees and made of only one material. And in Russia, they're making them with PVC pipe, I think, or different things. But they're making different kinds. They're making them 100 feet tall. And they're finding, like, if they put any poison in the pyramid, it's instantly deactivated. They give babies a drop of water from the pyramid, and they live. I mean, if they're like going to die from being premature, they all live, 100% of them. There's just so many, like, fruit or foods will never rot in the pyramid, ever. And crops nearby grow taller. So, but the slope has a lot to do with the energetics of the pyramid. And that was, you can Google maybe Russian pyramid research and see how much is translated into English. So, interesting.
Very.
Mel, you want to take jump in on that since you haven't had a chance to talk much? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know much about that, but yeah, that's all I've really got to say about pyramids, really.
Really, what about lizards? You know a lot about lizards.
Oh
Do
yeah,
they swim?
iguanas can swim, definitely. They're really, really good swimmers. Yeah. Believe me, I've had the experience of trying to bath iguanas before, and yeah, suffered all the scratches for it as well when they decided to get out. So yeah, no, they do swim really well. Most lizards do. Bearded dragons do. You know, even crested geckos will float, but you know they don't really swim that much. But many do, yeah.
How about big iguanas?
Yeah, they
iguanas.
do.
Yeah, they're really, really good swimmers. Yeah, very proficient.
I had one. They like to go in the bathtub, and then they like to poop in it too. So I said that.
Always.
As soon as they hit water, sorry not to be gross, but that is what they did.
Yeah.
It's almost like in
Loved
this
it.
Mandela Effect, we actually are learning more about our environment as well. I think this is we're starting to pay more attention to our environment, and we're learning more from our environment, and I think that's a fantastic thing. So that, because we're paying a little more attention because things are acute, we want to pay more attention just in case it changes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yeah.
I had a weird experience. Earlier you were talking about the moon, and I had a weird experience earlier this evening with the moon. And I don't even know if it is a weird experience or whether it's just something I haven't noticed before. But when the moon came out when the sky was still blue, and I just happened to see it through my window, but it seemed to be moving extraordinarily fast, like this kind of speed a normal cloud would move on a non-windy day. So not really, really fast like storm clouds, but not really slow like those very high clouds, chemtrail clouds, but like a normal cloud speed. And at the time I thought, well, if it carries on moving at that speed, it's not going to be in the sky for very long, because it won't take it very long to get across to the other side. And probably a couple of hours later, I popped outside, and it was only halfway across the sky, which again was weird because it shouldn't even have been still in the sky, considering the speed it was going when I first saw it. And I knew it was going that speed because it was going across a tree line, and it's not a windy day here, so I was watching it going across the top of the trees. So yeah, I've never seen a moon move that fast before. So I don't know what's going on there.
I think the moon has been doing a lot of very strange things for a lot of years now. I've always looked at the moon. I've been drawn to the moon. So, you know, you can sit out there and instead of stargazing, I moon gaze. But I tell you, the moon just isn't the same. The sun isn't the same. The sky isn't the same. It just doesn't, no matter what, you can't quantify it. You can't put your finger on it. You can't say, oh, it's this, it's that. I could have sworn one time that the sun came up on the wrong side of the house one morning. And, you know, you get so busy in life and you walk around and you don't pay attention or you dismiss it very easily. But I've been noticing things like that for a very long time.
I've got a friend that is on...
Moon,
sorry.
This pink moon, I've never, ever once heard about a pink moon until like in the last week and a half. Never ever heard of it.
I've never heard of it either. I know we were going to bring it up and discuss it, and it got kind of railroaded. If anybody has something they want to talk about the pink moon, jump in now, because I don't know anything about it.
It's amazing.
My intuition is it's a government psyop to get you used to things that don't exist. Like,
I agree.
Pink moon, yeah. Oh, you know, so then you'll just accept every other thing that just is strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. It has different names. You can look it up in the Farmer's Almanac, and it has other names. I can't remember what they are right offhand, but I have never heard of it before. And is it supposed to actually be pink?
I'm grabbing a picture right now.
Yeah, it shows a picture, and isn't there something about the Bible about in Revelations the moon turning red? Or
It's
a
a
blood
blood
moon.
moon, but not not a pink moon.
So blood's not pink, right?
And the moon, when it's a blood moon, is actually red. It does look red, but that doesn't look real to me.
That looks magenta.
Then wait. Yeah, it
Hold
is
on, here we
magenta
go.
in most pictures. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up another one.
Those all look photoshopped to me.
Yeah, for
Can you
sure.
see
They
it?
look photoshopped to me too.
And these are the only kinds of pictures. Here, let me find the most realistic one, okay? This is the, can you see right now? Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Can you see everything on my screen? Am I on the Google search page right now?
No, just the
Okay.
moon.
It's a moon.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure if it was showing, so just a sec. Make sure I'm sharing the right things. This screen share thing always gets me. Every week I do the same thing. Okay, so you're still seeing that one.
Yeah, it's a lot of
trying to
pressure that you don't accidentally show something on.
I don't have anything on my computer that I can show you guys. Sorry.
That just doesn't look real to me. That doesn't look like it's like that's going to be real in the sky.
Right? Yeah,
It
I'm
really
trying
doesn't.
to show you. I'm trying to show you the realist, like the most realistic looking one, and for some reason, it's not showing it on my screen share, and it's opened. Let me try it one more time here.
But was that taken from last April? Like, where is this real one coming from?
I have no idea. These are all Google shots, so I can't specifically say with any certainty
just
that they're
part of the
all
government
worth it.
psyop.
Yeah.
Right. So that makes sense that
There
it's
we
part of
go.
it. Yeah. See, that looks like the blood moon to me, and
Right?
it doesn't look.
Yeah, it did to me too, but that's what we're supposed to be seeing right there.
Oh, and you know what? We're not going to be able to see it because I haven't seen the sun in 90 days. So I think we had 6 hours of sun in January in Ontario. It's just been crazy. So, but
Yeah.
I wonder if they're not trying to hide something. This just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't feel right to me, this pink moon. It's just been crazy.
But I'm excited. I'm staying up and I'm keeping my kids up, and we're going to watch out for it on the 11th.
Maybe all the alien bases on the moon have to emit some exhaust to clean out, so they're just making it all up.
Well, you know, there's a whole Project Bluebeam thing too. I don't necessarily think this is related, but who knows? Maybe it's a projection of pink over the moon, you know?
That's what I think it is. That's what it feels like it is to me.
There is a theory that that the Nibiru system,
Yeah.
that it's actually like really, really close to the planet. So, but what's happened is our moon has been stolen, if you like, by one of the Nibiru system. So sometimes we see it, but sometimes it goes off on its travels.
Right.
And when it's off on its little travel around the solar system, then they put up a fake one.
Right. And I have heard that with the second sun. I'm getting feedback now. I don't have my volume on.
I got to interrupt because it's going crazy. I've been putting up with echo for a couple minutes because I'm trying to figure out what it is. I'm sorry to have to stop the show for a sec, but the only way to figure this out is everybody needs to mute, and then we bring you on one by one until we figure out whose mic it is. So mute out. Okay, I'm the only person talking, and I don't hear echo. Okay, Robin, go ahead and talk. Let's figure out who's the echo's from. Robin?
Yes.
All right. Talk to me for a minute. I think it might be Robin. Can you guys hear echo now?
What?
Oh, Kate says I'm echoing by myself. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to stop the show, but it's like driving people crazy listening to this. I can hear you. Yeah, can you not hear me? All right, let's mute out Robin. Robin, mute out for a sec.
Not really badly. And
okay, I don't know what's going on there. Mel, can you come back in for a sec? Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and talk for a sec. Who's echoing here?
I could hear your voice repeated on Robin's, I think. When you were talking, I could hear it repeated.
All right, go ahead and mute out for a sec. All right, everybody is muted except me. Can you guys hear echo, 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 echo? No. I'm echoing. Am I echoing by myself? Everybody's saying I'm echoing. Okay, so it must be me. All right, I will mute out, and you guys all come back in and start having a conversation. I'll see if I can figure this out.
I've been noticing echoing all night.
all win at once.
I'm gonna actually I'm bailing out because I'm actually at my sister's house, so I was able to have some time here, so that I didn't have my kids. You know, my husband's watching them for me, so I just wanted to say it was great, girls. Had a good time.
It was lovely.
Okay.
It was lovely listening to you.
It's fun to
I'll
talk
see you
to you,
soon.
Gabby.
And yes, then thank you. And sorry for that taking so long. It was difficult, but it was worth it. Thank you for that. And to the people in the live chat, awesome. Email me if you're interested in getting yourself a free set of crystals so you can see what the energy of them are like. It's really cool stuff. So it's luckyhealingcrystals with an S @gmail.com. All right.
Cool.
So
Thank
good
you.
night, guys.
Nice meeting you, Gabby.
You
Night.
too. Take it easy. Bye.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Talk to you soon.
We're still echoing, so it's not Taryn.
I've been
Everybody says it's not me. When I'm by myself, it doesn't happen, but that's it. I don't know.
I can't hear it from you.
All right. Well, we'll go on until people really start freaking out again. It's just, I'm sorry, it's Google, but it's unwatchable like this sometimes.
Your cat set you up.
That's it. It's the censor cat again.
He's-
So let's jump over to. I wanted to talk about singularity stuff because we keep bringing this up, and if you guys notice, they moved the singularity date up. And for you guys who don't know what the singularity date is, when they consider that we'll merge with computers and live forever. And I talked with Jacob Israel about this, that technology basically just is going to move up. And for a long time, some of the experts were saying it was 2045 was the singularity date. If you could live that long, then you could basically download
yeah, they've moved it like 10 years.
your consciousness. And now it's 2029. So it's moved up like 14, 15, 16 years. 16 years. So, yeah, you guys, let's do this.
Well, I find it terrifying personally. I'm not a big fan of the idea of the singularity, but they've already started implanting hand chips, and I'm not a big fan of that. And, everybody has their own opinions. My husband's all for it. He's like, yeah, I get it if I had to buy and sell. And I'm like, wouldn't touch that, But I feel like it's definitely already starting. You see it all the time, in movies and media right now. They're definitely trying to get us used to the idea. So it's like everything else going on right now, parallel dimensions and parallel worlds and quantum mechanics is all being portrayed in movies suddenly. And it's all just to present something that, we can take in and understand right now so they can hit us later with whatever's bigger that they need to present to us.
I kind of think we've already passed it. I think that them giving it a year is total rubbish. I really think that's just fake. I think if you're going to believe even half of what you read about the technology that they've released into the public domain, that they've had for a long time, then it seems to me we've surpassed that singularity. I mean, if this nanodust is real, then we already are connected to some sort of network, and probably through the Wi-Fi network. We're probably already connected to the D-Waves. And I just think, from what we can hear from Corey Good and the out there people who come out who whistleblow about the medical technology they're supposed to have, they can already replace any limb, any organ.
We just bombed Syria.
So I think,
Syria.
yeah, I think we've already passed it, and we just didn't realise. And
The U.S. just bombed Syria with cruise missiles.
What?
Pardon?
Sorry, we're muting that out. Keep going. I don't want to interrupt. No?
that's all right. I've finished anyway. I'm just saying. I think we're already connected to a computer memory bank somewhere, and I think that's got something to do with what's going on, in my opinion. I don't know for sure. It's just a theory, but I think we've already surpassed that singularity. probably years ago.
And have you noticed that your technology tells you what you want to see, or you're thinking about what you're interested in or what you would like to know more about, and then all of a sudden it shows, and you think, okay, did my computer just read my mind, or what's happening here? That happens to me constantly, and I wonder sometimes if it isn't in some way.
Yeah.
Has anybody else had that experience?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah. What I think is going on, though, it's really weird to me, is that I will be searching for something on Google, like you're saying, and I'm just thinking it. Now, I understand everything we have in the house spies on you. So, like, you know, there's no doubt that if I talk about, hey, a rice cooker, all of a sudden I'm going to have a rice cooker ad.
Exactly.
You know, that's kind of what's going on with that. But I think that when I'm actually thinking it and I'm typing and it shows up, that's really weird to me, and it's happening a lot now. Yep. All right. Well, nobody wants to talk about AI. What's going on here? It's well, I did mute out some of the people because we're hearing so much squealing. Robin, I had to mute you out because when you came in, it was really squealing and echoey. So go ahead and unmute, and it's still going on. Robin, you want to add to this? Robin? She doesn't realize she's muted. Hit the mute button. Boy, this is a plague of stuff tonight here. What is going on here? Let's just bring our energy back up, ladies. Help us out and get some.
All right.
We are just in a different land here.
But there's something going on with the technology. There is something going on, and I can tell you that when I have high energies, my Skype goes wild. So if I'm doing Skype readings and all of a sudden it'll just shut down. I've been hearing echoes in a man's voice, and it's not yours, Dr. Taryn. I've been hearing a man's voice a lot on tonight's feed, and it's just in the background, but it's been happening all night, and I can't tell what he's saying, but I can hear him in the background. So somehow something's interfering.
I get that a lot. I hear voices through my headset that aren't anyone speaking.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes, like, I haven't connected it to my energy, but, you know, and I know technology's glitchy, but sometimes I feel persecuted by Google Hangouts.
Yeah, it's hard because it's like my choice is to shut everything down and start a new one, or just, you know, call it early and go an hour dead, because it's going to be too hard to do a show like this the rest of the night with all these echoing and stuff.
Well, I actually need to check out because I'm about at my deadline here.
Thank you so much, Jynx, for hanging out and talking with us, and it was a great all estrogen dominant panel. Thank you.
It was cool to talk to you guys. I love you guys. I love listening to you. I love all of you. I just love being here. So anyway, can I shout out to everybody before I go?
Sure.
All right. So if you are feeling alone, if you are feeling like nobody understands what you're going through, and you are a quantum effect, Mandela Effect observer or experiencer, however you feel about yourself, we do run a really, really supportive group. It's a Facebook-based group, and anybody can join, but there is a process of going through it. We don't allow any trolls in. Everybody there already believes in the effect. We're just there to support each other, and I really feel like we're coming together for a reason. So if that sounds like something you need or something that would benefit you, I do believe all the right people are being sent to us at the right times. You can go ahead and email me at Jynx Effect. It's JYNX effect @gmail.com. And just so you guys know, I've had a few people say, oh, she must be, you know, evil. Jynx is a black cat. My husband nicknamed me Jynx because I fall down a lot. So that's where it came from. I'm really clumsy. So that, yeah, if you're wondering, that's what that name is. So yeah, go ahead and email me if you're interested. I also accept people's personal stories. That's pretty much what my channel is people's personal theories, Mandela Effect stories, etc. And I just want to have a place for people to come and be able to talk and share their stories, maybe that aren't part of the pop culture changes. So yeah, thank you guys. It was good to be here, and thanks for having me on, Taryn.
Thanks so much. I'm sorry about all the technical problems tonight, but hopefully we can
No,
get
that's
this all straightened out. It is better. I believe we figured it out. Mel, I think it's your mic, because when I muted you out, Jynx all of a sudden stopped echoing. So I think I'm going to have to keep you muted until you talk, bring you in and out, because I think it's something to do with your mic.
Oh, can I finish one last
Yeah,
thought
go
before I
ahead.
jump off? Okay, so you're talking about the D-Wave being connected to us in some way. I am a firm 100% believer that some of the manipulation that's being done right now with our timelines is being done with the CERN D-Wave connection. And there is a CERN D-Wave connection. CERN, which runs the LHC, and I know I've said this in the past, also owns, well, created Google. Google is one of the owners of the D-Wave computer. It's my really, really strong feeling at this point that that D-Wave is connected to the LHC, and it's being used to sort information that's collected from the LHC, which also leads directly to Google in some way. And so I think all of this is connected, not just, you know, philosophically. I think it is actually connected technologically. So I just wanted to put that out there before I jumped off, and you guys can.
They want to know what your email is to contact you one more time.
Yeah. It's Jynx, Jynx, Effect, EFFECT @gmail.com.
Got it. Well, thanks so much. And you know, she does have a cool little we call it the cat cave, right? It's
the cat cave. I didn't name it. My
great
friends
name.
named it. Everybody came together, and it just became the cat cave. So, yeah.
Right on. And so join over there if you want a nice troll-free place. And again, we try to do that on the Discord. We're not always great at it, but we try to keep it as troll-free as we can. It's a hard mission here.
I spent a lot of time
to keep it a happy place. It's a lot of work, and thank goodness for my mods, because they do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Your mods probably do too.
Well, right. And I definitely, you know, for us, it's not even about keeping it happy. It's about accepting everybody's opinions and ideas. So even if there's some negative ideas that people are having, as long as they're not belligerent to each other, we open conversation free for everybody. So yeah, people are really caring there. So
thanks so much.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Good night, Jane.
Okay. You guys can unmute here. Robin, you realize you're muted? I got you muted. If you want to unmute, you have to go up to the top. I can't think she can do it because I can't turn off her mute. All right, Dana, you want to jump in on this? And Sharon, you guys have been quiet. Go ahead.
Well, what are we going to talk about now that the panel's kind of changed the energy and people move away? So have a chat about now. I can talk about, I don't know.
Well, let's do an easy thing. This is an easy one, but do you feel that women, since this is a women's panel, do you feel that there are more women in the ME movement than men? Do they feel affected more? Because I noticed in my chat rooms, it's pretty heavy woman, which is odd. I would have thought more men would be on this, but I'm throwing it out there to y'all.
Well, I think there's a correlation to ME and tapping into the spiritual, paranormal, supernatural things. So I always think that women gravitate towards that more than men do anyway. You know, when I first started doing readings, I would have one man to every 50 women that would come for a reading. But now it's getting a little bit different. You know, they're coming in maybe one every 10 or one every 15. But I find it interesting that women will come, and maybe men are just, I don't know they're more stuck in their based reality. They got to get their work done. They got to do this. They got to do that. And they're not so aware so much of what's going on. But I think that's changing. I think they're switching into picking it up more, and their women are sort of pointing it out a little bit more as well. So I think it's natural that more women are coming to ME than men right at this point, but it'll balance out at some point. For sure.
All right, Sharon, you want to try your shot at this, and then we'll go to Mel and Robin.
Well, I noticed with the healing I do and the energetic, you know, the psychic stuff, it's always women or gay men, because it's the feminine energy that, I mean, testosterone just doesn't belong in a healing clinic, right? It just doesn't fit, right?
No, it's true. It's true. It's not a very loving energy, is it?
Yeah, so I do think there is that, but I find it very curious. I would not have said that because my favorite YouTubers about Mandela Effect are men, so I would think it's more even just because, you know, I watch more men discussing it than women.
I noticed more women in the chat room the other night as well. So yeah, I heard one man's voice, or maybe they were just quiet. I don't know, but there was definitely more women talking. Yeah.
It's interesting because I'm seeing that you know, men usually approach it from the left logical brain, and I know that's a stereotype,
Right.
you know, but they do mainly, and that's what, if you go watch the YouTube channels, like the ones that are men mostly are, it's let's find a scientific explanation, it's CERN screwing with space-time, it's, you know, they're ripping a hole in the galaxy. It's more quantum physics, science-driven talk, and then then there are some that are more spiritual, like, you know, Case or whatever was on here, and me. I talk a lot about spirituality, but it's rare. I think it's you know, I just hate reinforcing stereotypes because it's always like, oh, men are left brain, women are right, but you know, it's kind of, I think women are waking up to that.
But most of your panel is men. I mean, you're having a woman's show specifically because your panel's mostly men.
Yeah, that's true, because that's what it is.
But they're trying to figure out the science of it. They're trying to figure out what it is and pragmatic and be that left brain. And I know what want all of the stuff that comes around it. Men want the facts. They just want it black and white. That's what they want, and then they want to be on their way. So
yeah, that's it. I'm going to try to unmute Mel. Mel, go ahead and unmute, and let's see if your mic's working okay. Maybe it's fixed itself.
I've got my second headset on now, so hopefully it's a bit better.
Sounds a lot better. Much better.
Brilliant. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think, I don't know, is there a correlation between, I know you were talking on another show about the connection between chronic illness and noticing being Mandela affected. So is there a correlation in that, is there generally more women in the Western world that suffer from long-term chronic illness? Because I thought the chronic illness aspect could be accounted for because if you're chronically ill, you tend to go through a period of self-reflection, reevaluating your life and reality. And also you tend to have more time as well to do that. So all of which is kind of like meditation, isn't it? So that kind of like explained that to me. So I wonder if there's a gender bias in
disease.
Yeah, Dana brought this up on our show that a lot of healers and psychics seem to have autoimmune issues. And I never really thought about it, but when I started thinking about everybody I know, yeah, there's a lot of them out there, or they're very unhealthy. So now, that's not a generalization. I mean, it's not the, what am I trying to say? It seems to be more sick people than healthy. That's all I'm trying to say. It doesn't mean that they're not.
Yeah. I've met a lot of them over the years, and it just seems to sort of be across the board with that. So, and I've always just paid attention because I found that very ironic that if you were so spiritually in tuned and we weren't allowed, we couldn't keep our autoimmune system straight. And I'm part of that too. I've had autoimmune disease ever since I was a young girl. And so even like 11 years old, I can remember having some juvenile rheumatoid arthritis and really, really sick. And so I think it comes with the territory in some way. But yeah, there is a correlation. And I know more women with autoimmune disease than men.
Yeah, definitely more women than men autoimmune disease. I mean, that's pretty statistically solid on that. But you know, autoimmune, a lot of it when I was in clinic was almost diet. I mean, they were just, now you could inherit some antibodies from your parents. Like if your parents lived a very inflammatory lifestyle where they, you know, did a lot of stuff to inflame their guts, and then you go have a kid who also has pretty much born right with all those antibodies. If you guys haven't noticed, the generations are getting more and more allergic to things. Some of that is because we poisoned all the food. Sure, I'm not going to deny that. But also some of it is you're having generations of parents who have very high amounts of inflammation themselves, breeding and passing the antibodies that are all fired up down to their child. And it just takes one thing, like, you know, the child gets sick or a vaccination or something that brings out this inflammatory state that they can't shut off. And you're seeing these kids get sicker and sicker where they just can't eat anything anymore. They're allergic to like 500 foods, you know, and you'll notice that their parents were somewhat allergic, and then before that they weren't allergic. Like, it's getting worse and worse, and you can, if all right, I'm on my health kick here for a sec, but I'm gonna throw this 2 cents in. You pretty much become allergic when you have leaky gut. You become allergic to whatever your favorite food is. So if you have a leaky gut, eventually those proteins bust through the barrier, get into your blood. They're not supposed to be there. Your body recognizes them as foreign particles and starts making antibodies. There's a big reason women, a lot of women get Hashimoto's. There's autoimmune issues that there's a protein that's very similar to a thyroid protein that you attack yourself, and it's because of diet most of the time. And so what happens is the deal with the autoimmune is that when this happens, you create all these antibodies. You start becoming allergic to your favorite foods. If you have a kid in that state, those antibodies usually get passed to your child as well. So you're starting a child out with all these dormant antibodies that just need like a jolt to come out and start coming out. So when people want to have kids, you know, and you're really trying hard and you're planning, you really should go on a big anti-inflammatory diet and heal your gut so your antibodies aren't full blown. Because you can kind of get antibodies down to a dormant state if you just if you go really strict on your diet. You can get them to chill out and not express themselves. So a lot of times we used to tell people, you know, if they wanted to get pregnant, we put them on a pretty strict diet so they didn't pass all that junk to their kids. Wow. All right. So that one got off. Sorry about that, but I had to throw it in there. I've been trying to let Robin speak. Robin, you got to unmute for a sec, but your mic is so bad it's squealing. You might have to drop out. Let's try it. Unmute and let's see what you sound like. Because I really want to hear Robin, and I keep muting her because her mic is squealing. Robin, you there? I feel so bad. I really want to hear her, but I can't. Robin, go up to the top and unmute. I really feel, I hate muting you guys, but when your mics are squealing, I have to. All right, I can't get Robin. If Robin, you figure it out, jump in. Any of you ladies want to talk about this one? Sharon, Dana?
Well,
No?
I don't know about coming from the mother, because my mother was thin and my father was big, but I am the exact same body shape of all of my father's relatives. So I don't know if inflammation would come through on the father's side, but I definitely have an inflammation problem. Definitely.
Well, a lot of people, they'll say it's genetic, right? But what they don't realize is that their diets are also genetic and passed down. You're eating the same family recipes your family ate, and you know, you live the same sort of lifestyle. That a lot of that is taught also, and it's kind of downplayed that you know, well, my mom ate this and she wasn't that sick, or my mom ate that, and you know, and it's just a combination of all this pollution, all the food that's been frankenfooded out, and it's not helping anything. But sometimes it really isn't genetic. Sometimes it's you're eating the same cultural lifestyle as your parents. You know, that's tough.
Well, my autoimmune has been in remission. I get flare-ups here and there, but it's been in remission for years and years. And it is because of the diet. It is about what you're putting into your body. And you know, sometimes I'll actually drink a can of Coke, and within, you know, 5 minutes or so, all of a sudden my joints start hurting and like really painful really quickly. So it is amazing what, you know, as soon as you put things into your body, how quickly you can change what your body's doing. So it is important to know that, but I still think there's something else to it. There's some sort of other spiritual connection to your pineal gland, to your glands. I think there is definitely something on a spiritual level as well. But and I know even, you know, my mom told me when I was born, I had a big blue vein sticking out the center of my forehead. And I to do with it as well. It's how your glands will, you know, expand or be set out through your body. I think it's important to understand autoimmune health and Hashimoto's. Most people don't even know they have Hashimoto's, and they don't understand what it is. The idea to question them and you know, find out more about it.
Well, it's an interesting theory, though. I do like, Dana's one of the first that said, I wonder if something about ramping up your system into an inflammatory state somehow opens your pineal gland up more or something. Because it seems that the psychic people are, when they get sick, they become more psychic and stuff. It's really weird.
Absolutely.
You would think it would be opposite, that if they took care of themselves, they'd vibrate higher. I don't know. It's just weird. It's
a bit of both, actually. I think it's a bit of both. Like when I'm really healthy and I'm going strong and I feel good, I'm really stoked. But then other times I can. It depends on how the information is coming, but it does come in different ways. But you're right. You can get really sick or have a high fever, and you know, all of a sudden you're having visions all over the place. But yeah, I think it's very, I think it's something that we should look into a little bit more. I know there's a scientist in the States who is testing mediums, and there's a lot of similar correlations between, you know, different light workers. They all have sort of the same, I don't know, same sort of habits and even the same sort of diseases. So there has to be something to it. That's what I think. And I don't think it's very fair either. It's a curse and a blessing all at the same time. If I knew I was going to have autoimmune disease in order to be a reader, I'm not sure I would have signed up for that. There's something not fair about it. But yeah,
Mel,
that's okay. It comes with the plight.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think people would choose it. Mel, you have any experience with this? You want to chime in?
I mean, only that almost everybody I've spoken to in Discord and the chats, and we all seem to share very similar symptoms. I mean, I suffer from fibromyalgia and other issues as well, and we all definitely seem to share the same symptoms, a lot of the same symptoms. So yeah, there definitely seems to be some sort of correlation, in my opinion.
Has anybody ever heard of Morgellons disease?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about it a few times, and I'm hoping to have an actual panel and guest on that sometime too, because there's a couple people I've run into that actually have it. All different theories. For you guys that don't know what Morgellons disease is, do you guys want to explain it, or you want me to?
Go ahead.
No, I'll let you take it if you want, Dana.
Well, you know what? I've just been looking into it recently, and you know, it starts with the itchy skin. You feel like you have something crawling under your skin or in your hair. There is eyesight problems that come with it. Mostly the skin is infected. So if you have open sores, then they won't close. And if they have, sometimes threads will be able to be pulled out of them. And if you get really close to them or put them under a microscope, you can actually see that they have like tentacles or hairs, and they move. They're alive. There's something that's in their body that is alive and traveling and growing. I know when I sit in the sun sometimes, I will get these little white things that almost look like they're excreting out of my skin. It's very strange. And then you just brush it off. But they're saying things like this. I mean, I am looking into it. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't happening. And people are, like, I get itchy sometimes too, where it's just, it drives you crazy. You feel like you got something going, it's in your hair and you want to scratch it, but it's not all the time. But those are the main symptoms to Morgellons. They're saying it's coming from the sky. Some say it's coming from chemtrails, and that they're injecting it into the atmosphere, and it's coming into our bodies. We're breathing it in. And there's a lot of ways you can test this, but yeah, I'm still looking into it. I find it interesting and I find it plausible. So but that's all I know about it so far.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Robin. Your mic's better. Thank God. We tried to. I'm so sorry. I hated muting you, but it was just squealing, and everybody
I
was
got
getting upset in
kicked
the chat.
out. I got kicked out of off my tablet, basically. I had to use my phone, so I didn't know how to unmute on the phone. I kept saying, "How do I unmute this thing?" But
Oh, I'm so
I'm back.
sorry. You sound fine now, and there's no echo, so please join us. I'm going to give you the floor for a few minutes because you poor thing. And everybody in the chat feels so bad for you. There's like unhappy faces when Robin came on.
I'm so
They feel
sorry.
terrible.
Well, thank you. Anyway, I believe there's a reason for everything, so maybe I wasn't supposed to talk at that particular time. The universe is saying, no, 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 no. Well, what did I miss, basically?
We kind of went around the corner a little bit. We were talking about why, if men or women are more affected by the ME, like, is it because women are more right-brained? Are they waking up to more ME? When you go into our Discord chat, there seems to be more women than men. But then when you look at YouTube, there's a lot more men talking about it than women. But they're talking about it from like a left-brain science side. There's not many. There's a few of us, but not many are on the spiritual side.
Right. Well, you know, the thing that bugs me is that some people just come, you know, you even bring it up, they get angry. My daughter, she's in her 30s, and you know, I tried talking to her about that, and she's like, don't even talk about it. She didn't even want me to come on this chat. She's like, it's dangerous, you know, and all this. Dangerous. I'm like, okay. But as far as men and women, I've talked to like equal amounts of men and women about this, and it seems like it's about equal to me. I mean, they've all got the same. So far, everybody has just kind of been, they don't want to talk about it, men or women. Well, then, except online.
The next topic we were talking about currently was that a lot of healers and people affected seem to have autoimmune issues, and furthermore, they were talking about Morgellons. That's where you walked in on. That there's this disease called Morgellons. Some people think it is like some sort of super fungus that's in your body that's actually alive in you. Some people think it's nanobots. Some people think it's you know, chemtrails being sprayed on us. But the fact is, it's real. I mean, there are people with Morgellons that these little blue and red strings come out of their bodies. So it's happening. If you don't know anything about it, but
well,
I know. 2 cents.
I know about chemtrails. You know, if anything, I would think that would be part of it. I've never heard of Morgellons, to be honest with you, but I know that the chemicals in the air affect me and they affect my mother, and we're very sensitive to that kind of thing. And every time we see chemtrails, we get really sick. And, you know, we have allergies and we start going into fits of sneezing, and it's really bad. I had to get an air purifier because of the chemtrails that we see over, you know, in this area.
It was
constant.
It was so hard because, you know, I'd known about chemtrails for a long time, but it's one of like the conspiracy crazy rabbit hole things that every time we drove around, Kate would point it out and be like, there's a chemtrail, there's a chemtrail. And I'm like, not every one of these could be a chemtrail. Come on, they're everywhere. But now I'm starting to think, yeah, they're everywhere. It's like,
yeah, they are.
But where are all these planes coming from? Like, are these underground bunkers these things are coming out of? Like, how do you get a fleet? Because I live in the middle of nowhere in New Hampshire, and they're going over us. And I'm like, why would you spray here? Nobody's out here. You know, I can understand, like, doing Atlanta and doing New York, like the big cities, but I don't understand how they're doing everywhere. So
some people are.
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but it's right in my face. It's hard to ignore it.
Some people are saying they're trying to control our minds with it and all this stuff. I don't know if I believe that, but it does make me sick physically whenever I see them, you know, if there's a lot of them in the air.
To me, when I first started, it's not like I didn't think that was happening. The government admitted to it, but it was more of everybody was always saying everything was a chemtrail. It was like, that's a chemtrail, that's a chemtrail. I mean, it was like crying wolf on everything. But now I'm starting to think, as crazy as everything has gotten the last 2 or 3 years, maybe it is. I don't know. I don't want to be any more crazy, Robin. I'm tired of going to the crazy side.
Even last summer, even last August, I went to have a nice swim with my girlfriend in her pool, and we were laying out there and we were watching the chemtrails fill the sky, and I said, watch, and she goes, what are they? And I said, well, they're chemtrails. She didn't even know what they were a year ago. And I said, watch, they're going to blanket the sky and they're going to fill the holes. So you would see where they were filling, and the chemtrail would spread apart. And I'd say, okay, they're going to fill that hole and that hole. And sure enough, as we sat there for the day, the holes were being filled. And I said, by the end of this day, you're going to see a blanket of just white right over top of you. And it just, ooh, it makes me so mad. But apparently some people are saying that they're drones, that they're not actually airplanes or pilots that are doing this, that they're actually sending drones out to put them up there, because I can't imagine pilots doing that to people and having any kind of consciousness doing that. But yeah, and then some people even have them on their videos where they don't even have airplanes, that you can just see the chemtrail, you can't see the airplane, which I find very strange.
I've seen videos. I was going to say that. I was going to come in and say that, you know, we're assuming that it's always planes, and there's quite a lot of video evidence that they're not planes, that the planes are some sort of holographic technology, obscuring what's really doing it, which is like some round balls kind of craft. And you know, people were taking pictures of planes that just stop in midair for a while and then carry on, and all sorts of weird things. And but yeah, some of these chemtrail ones, yeah, according to some of the videos, they're not planes, or at least not all of them are planes.
People in the chat room are saying they're cloaked orbs. Some of people are saying that.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, it does kind of look like a computer pattern, like you set it up on a GPS and it just crisscrosses until it's done. You know, like it makes kind of sense. And I'm always wondering, how do you get this many pilots to do this and not talk about it? You know,
that's what I'm saying.
It makes more sense that it's maybe drones that are doing it.
And why can't we find out what it is? Why can't we find out what it is? And why can't I, you know, I've written my MP a couple of times and I've heard no response whatsoever. So, you know, you sit there and think, okay, well, if this is happening to us, we can visibly see that it's happening. I've even told people, look, it's chemtrails, and people will vehemently deny it's just contrails. And you can tell the difference between contrails and chemtrails. So I wish we could get some more answers on this. So I've watched some like meetings, parliament meetings or government meetings, and there is some, you know, not mainstream scientists, but people who definitely understand how to measure all of this stuff, and the numbers are through the roof of what they're putting on us. And I don't know, I would really, you remember, Dr. Taryn, you were saying something about if we did it as a Mandela effect to change something, put the energy out there to change something, to make something, you know, created in a better way. I think this is something that we should be looking into.
Yeah, maybe we could manifest some chemtrails. Because one thing I know for sure is it's not, like, if the government's doing it without telling anyone, it's not good. There's something, I don't know exactly why. Are they blocking the sky so we can't see above? Are they dropping nanoprobes on us? Are they dropping some sort of organic life form into our skin? Are they trying to turn us to robots? I don't know what they're trying to do, but
that's what it feels like to me.
We can't assume, though, it's not good, because I mean, I've heard I don't know, I haven't been able to find much information about it, but something about some scientists in 2003, I think, said there was like catastrophic damage, something done to the top of the atmosphere, blew it away, and that the chemtrails are, because if they didn't put this aluminium up there, we'd all be dead, because of the radiation from the sun, because they somehow critically damaged the atmosphere. So, I mean, who knows? But
why hide it? I mean, why wouldn't they just be like, hey, we're gonna be heroes and save everybody? You know, I mean, I don't know why they'd hide it. That's what's weird.
Would you admit that you
No, I would blame it on a solar flare. But then I would blame it on some sort of catastrophic thing, and I would say, I'm mighty government, and we're gonna save you. Everybody get behind us, and we're gonna save everybody, and then give us more taxes. So that's what
I heard on one of David Wilcock and Corey Good's show that there's several purposes to chemtrails. One is to actually hurt us all and make us all sick, but one of the biggest purposes is if they put this aluminum oxide in the atmosphere, they can detect cloaked spaceships. And so they can go kick butt instantaneously because they can detect them. So maybe that's part of it. Because when I first heard about them, my first thought is that it was protecting us somehow. But then my second thought was it was attacking us. And I thought they were doing both. And then through the years, I hear both stories. But it does really feel true to me that it's something about if you keep a blanket of aluminum particles in the atmosphere, they can detect disturbances. So
my concern, I mean, I love watching like Corey Good and David Wilcock. I really enjoy it. And, you know, I hope that the positive message and everything they bring is true. And if that is our reality, then that the good guys win. But what concerns me is you hear a lot about, there's a lot of written, you know, where apparently, you know, the powers that be, you know, they not predicted, but they planned all the world wars and all the wars of the 20th century, etc., etc. Well, you know, you hear that about that they've planned that the World War III will be a war against ETs. And it worries me that whether that's actually true or not, that this the show and everything is to lead us into this premise that there are like these bad aliens and we're going to have to go to war with them, you know, because they can do a false flag alien attack and they could convince us, or there really could be ETs and we could go to war with them and they haven't done anything. You know, it's not like, you know, put it past them to do something like that, tell us they've done something they didn't do. So, I mean, it does worry me a little bit about the premise of their narrative. So, yeah, I do enjoy it, though. I think I'm just saying to people, keep an open mind, I think. Don't just listen to that. Listen to everything you can so you can make a more of an informed decision, or you're not going to be surprised. That's all I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't get a good feeling from them most of the time, but they do some spectacular things in the sky. They make the sky look quite amazing sometimes, and especially at night. I had this gentleman sitting on a curb one night, and he's looking up at the sky, and there's chemtrails everywhere, and there's two suns at this point, and this old man sitting there going, "Have you ever seen anything like that before?" And I was like, "Yes, I see it all the time. Is this the first time you've been seeing it?" So it's amazing how many people don't look up. It's everybody on their phone. That's what it is. It's everybody on their phone, and there's lots of people who don't even know chemtrails. They have never even heard of them before. And I find that so shocking.
Well, there's a whole generation now of people that have grown up that's the norm. They're just crisscross patterns in the sky all day long, you know, and that's like, oh, well, those have always been there, you know, kind of thing. That's how long it's been going on, I think.
Well, they say
I know when they started. For me, the earliest chemtrail in any movie was in the movie Tremors in 1987. That's the first time it showed up in a movie. But when for California, we started getting sprayed every day after Bush Jr. got in office, almost immediately. It was very interesting. And then I loved it when he would come to visit my city because they'd stop chemtrailing for 3 or 4 days.
Oh, wow.
So
didn't we just hear that like the government just deemed chemtrails as actual clouds now?
Yes.
I read that the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I did read something, a new classification of clouds.
Yeah, they're a new classification of clouds. Yes.
Oh, well, that solves the problem. I guess if the government just wrote something on a paper and says, oh, they're clouds, don't worry about it. Oh,
I guess they're going to be a permanent feature.
Nothing to see here.
Well, then why wouldn't my MP respond to me? All the letters that I've sent them, why didn't they send it back going, oh, it's just clouds? They just ignored me completely. Oh,
I mean, what
I mean,
did
it's not even a conspiracy.
what did you expect to get back? Like they're gonna be like, oh well, no, we're just blasting you with nanoprobes. Don't talk about it.
well, yes,
Like,
actually, I was kind of
think
thinking
they're
that.
gonna tell you?
You know what? Hey, truth solves all problems. That's the way I was hoping
Now,
for that.
I'll say if you can get one alone and you're friends with them, you might be able to get a real story. I got all kinds of interesting stories from people when you can get them like one-on-one, but they'll never put it on paper.
And then what do you do with that? You have this story with somebody one-on-one, and you know you got some insider information. And don't get me wrong, I've heard a couple, but how do you get? Is atrocious to me, and everybody does feel sick. And you know, if there's a sky full of chemtrails the next day for a few days after, people feel lethargic. They don't. I saw a bunch of threads on my car the other day. I go downstairs and you know, I'm looking at my car, and there's a bunch of these little tiny threads that just blew off when I drove. So where is this stuff coming from? It's not good. I guess I heard from, I don't know where I heard it from, but they've been doing it heavily since the 70s. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I don't even know what to do. So all I guess, I mean, what can we do, guys? You guys are healers. My best thing is let's vibrate. I'm with like Sue-Ann Larson, where we're just gonna let's just move to another reality where this isn't happening. Let's jump over to a cool reality where I'm nice and healthy.
You can build a chem buster.
I'm about ready.
You know, chem buster is this big tube full of orgonite, 2 different kinds of metal and epoxy in a metal tube, and it goes up and it'll clear above your house for sure. But
yeah, tell us about orgonite. I meant to ask Gaby when she was on, because it's the hot thing that everybody's talking about, and it's been going on for years. Tell us what you know about it, orgonite.
I have one right here.
Oh,
we'll everybody talk about see it?
No.
I have a friend who makes these, and he there's 2 crystals on the end. There's copper wrapped around it, and then there's a bunch of stones and crystals and minerals inside. Doing a lot of computer work. I put that in between me and my computer, and it kind of helps the ions. And I think he tells me it changes them from negative to positive. But orgonite is a really, really good thing to have. He actually makes pyramids sometimes as well, where you can charge your water underneath it, and they're really interesting. And I do think they help. I carry this with me wherever I go, and I think it does help.
I have
my necklace is orgonite, and I've got various little pieces, and I've got a chopping board filled with it, and I plan to hopefully make some this year because I want to make a chemtrail buster.
Mel, what is for us that never even heard of it? What is it? What is?
I have it right here.
It's a matrix. It's basically resin. Within the resin, you've got a variety of metals as well as gemstones. You can put other stuff in as well. The idea is that it has to be in discrete layers of organic and then inorganic material. So like crystals, metals, and if it's like in a pyramid, from the bottom, it wants to be the finest, smallest particle size at the bottom, increasing in grade towards the top. And then there should be, the best examples from the top will have a single quartz, terminated quartz wrapped with a copper coil, which is like a Faraday cage. And quite often you'll get the copper coils going down the pyramid, and then you should have single terminated quartz going to each corner or side. And basically what it's supposed to do is supposed to draw in this, I think it's called scalar energy, I think. It's got some other names as well. It's like basically the energy of life. And it draws it in as well as EMF, and it goes up through the matrix, and it gets transformed into, I think it's from positive ions to negative ions, which is actually from unhealthy to healthy, and then it changes it. So yeah, it protects you from high levels of EMF as well as negative energies and anything that crystals can do. So you can get them in all sorts of different crystals, etc. And so yeah.
Yeah, I have something I want to show you all. This is they call this an HHG It is made in a Dixie cup, and it's just metal filings, 2 kinds of metal at least, in epoxy. And when the epoxy hardens and tightens, it puts pressure on the metal and creates an energetic field between the 2 types of metal. So that's basically the basic principle of orgonite. Now, I don't think this one has crystals in it, but yeah, crystals makes it better, and the different types of metals will put out different types of fields. I just know it has to be at least 2 kinds of metal. And you know, it's the hardening of the epoxy that puts the pressure on it that makes the energetic field.
Okay, so let me back it up, because we lost all the newbies when we started getting into this. Orgonite is not necessarily a mineral. It's a combination of different things together.
Right.
That make, it's just kind of like a general term for these, someone's come up with different metals.
Creates
orgone
energy.
Creates what?
There is kind of like a scientific background to it. It was actually, I think it was a Russian scientist in like the 30s or 40s in America who devised it, and he was healing people with it. And the normal story, you know, I think either he died or he was put in prison or something like that, and all his research got taken away. You know how it goes.
Of course. Yeah,
but yeah,
that
it works basically.
Richard Reich, I think, R-E-I-C-H. But if you want to learn more about it, you could get Educate Yourself website, has a whole bunch of stuff on orgone and orgonite and chemtrails and chembusters. But yeah, when orgonite is something that makes orgone energy, which is the stuff that Richard Reich was studying before he was thrown in prison. So
just be careful if you go looking to buy some. Look into it first, because there's a lot of orgonite out there, from the smallest budget imaginable to, you know, very high prices. So just go out there and learn what makes an orgonite piece that actually works, and then look for that, because there's a lot of stuff out there that isn't very good at all, as well as a lot of stuff that's overpriced. So yeah, just do your research.
Yeah, I keep hearing people talk about it, and I didn't know what it was. I thought you were talking about a mineral called orgonite that I just didn't know what it was. So you're saying that, because you know, for you guys that don't know, I'm also interested in like battery technology and all this stuff, and there are batteries that are made by just putting by growing crystals between 2 metals. The force of these crystals growing push these metals apart and actually create electricity, a piezoelectric effect. And so you can put these 2 kind of rods together, and these batteries just grow and grow. And you'll see people, there's stuff all over the internet about it. It's pretty interesting stuff. It sounds kind of like the same thing. Sharon was saying they put these under pressure, so they create electricity, an electrical field. Is that part of it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
I got it.
Yes. My friend actually, who makes these orgone wands, he would like to go around to all the cell towers and do a grid of these orgons. He wants to put a whole bunch of them together and just go around to your neighborhood. I mean, you're helping your neighborhood by putting all of these. We you know, dig them in a hole and put them in the hole, just to put them around the cell towers, so they're not affecting everybody in the neighborhood. So we're gonna spend a night to do that.
Last time I was on this call, I was saying it was so funny. They were saying that they found one of these near us, you know, energetic, you know, near an energy plate, you know, whatever, the power station. And they were all like, it was after 9/11. They're all freaked out. They didn't know what it was. And when they described it, I just laughed.
Oh no!
And I was like, I thought, well, should I call and tell them what it is? Like, oh no, they'll figure it out. Because I know people make these. They're cheap to make, and you make them and you throw them at the energy towers, and it just fixes the energy.
And I think that's what happens with the batteries, like what you were talking about, Dr. Sharon. It's the batteries and the energy that it affects the cell phone tower. And you're really healing all of your neighbors. You're doing a big favor for your neighbors when you do that. So everybody go make some orgone and put them around the cell phone towers.
Hey, will it stop ear ringing?
I would hope so, because it's getting worse and worse. That ear ringing is getting very annoying.
It's terrible. I've never had it before until just the past few years.
Oh, it's
I have-
horrible, and it's all different frequencies all the time.
Yeah.
I have clients with ear ringing, and I can't fix it. And
I
that
just
bugs
put
me.
out a story about it. What my opinion was on it, but everybody's got their opinion on this one. And I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, because part of me says maybe you're actually hearing the frequency, but then maybe that would be a lower frequency, not a high ringing, or it's just changing the pressure, or it's I don't know. I'm so torn between different ideas right now. I'm not sure.
But you're a chiropractor. It could be the fact that the whole structure of the neck has changed.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess I haven't seen an X-ray in a while, but that could be, or the like I said, it's just the stress that they. I used to deal with tinnitus like nonstop, all the time. Everybody came in with tinnitus, and it was I was pretty successful with it, and it was usually always a pressure problem. It was just getting the eustachian tubes balanced so they drain right, and the pressurized it works better. But I don't know with this new stuff where with the spikes and the resonance and the it doesn't sound quite the same. I'm not sure anymore. I'm taking guesses at it.
It overcomes you. It actually, in a way, changes your frequency. Your ears. It actually penetrates you in some way. So I don't think it. I know other people have said that it's tinnitus, but I don't believe it. I think I'm hearing the microwave frequencies, and I used to hear them when you would turn on the TV. When you turn on the TV when you were a kid, I used to hear it turning on then too. But it's just gotten worse over the last few years.
I have friends that say they can hear the LED lights home. That they're they work on putting out a frequency too, and I don't know.
I can do that. Or I have been able to, yeah. Certain lights and like a TV. My parents bought years ago, and it drove me mad because I was just constant high-pitched hum. And I had a piece of orgonite that was in physical contact with my Wi-Fi router. And the other day I knocked it. I was doing something, I knocked it, went down behind the radiator, and I can't get it out. And almost immediately, it was kind of in my ears, but in my body as well. I could feel or hear the tingling from it. And I thought, right, I've got to go and get another piece of orgonite because that's going to drive me nuts. So yeah, I can definitely hear things, but not all the time. I think my hearing the range for some reason expands and contracts, expands and contracts. That's why for me it's very transient. It's not a permanent tinnitus.
I think we should pay attention if there's a heavy chemtrail day for the next little week after that. See if you don't hear a lot of frequencies at that point. See if there's any correlation.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. As I'm just fascinated because orgonite is like this new thing everybody's been talking about for a few years, and I'd never even heard of it until like a few years ago when I saw some people selling it at a farmer's market. So I'm trying to figure out who came up with the formula, what's in it, how do you know what ratios work? Like it seems kind of hit and miss, and like you're saying, Mal, it's probably easy to buy ones that don't do anything.
Yeah, I would suggest you can either go back to the original inventor and look at his work and work it out from there. But there's been a lot of developments in it, like the Faraday coils and things. And so my best advice is just do what I did. Go on YouTube, put in orgonite, start watching videos, and you will come across some big names who will teach you what to look for in a superior or inferior piece of orgonite. And because and from there they'll also teach you how to make it as well. It's very, very, very easy to make. Very easy. So anyone can do it.
When this gentleman that I know, when John, he makes this, his name's John Wheeler. You might see him because he has some few videos out that he shows how to make them. But when he first introduced them to me, I was blindfolded, and he was actually moving my energy that my body would move. I was blindfolded. I didn't know what he was doing, but my body was actually doing the motion that he was doing. And we were just experimenting with it and kind of understanding what it was doing to the energy. It was really interesting that I was able to and it was from across the room. He was standing in the corner and I was standing in the other corner, and he was just moving it back and forth, and I was doing what he was doing. So I think they're quite powerful tools. They really are. Lots of research about it.
Very interesting. I would love to have more on this topic. I find it fascinating. Anything new? Because I was telling them before, like this got, you know, ramped up the last 5 or 6 years. When I was practicing in 2000, like way back, 2000, 2001, we were doing stuff on energy as far as protecting yourself from electromagnetic energy. I was telling people that I had patients come in that we would try everything and then like nothing would ever work, and you'd finally find out that, you know, you'd ask them where they're sleeping, what they're doing, and they're sleeping on the other side of a power box, you know, like, oh, well, my bed's right up against my dryer and my, you know, or my washing machine. And you get them to move the bed to the other side of the room, and all of a sudden they started feeling better and healing. And, you know, people don't realize that their house is setting out of a lot of electro poisonous stuff. And I remember I've had this thing on for years. I never show it, but you guys remember these things, the Q, these things right here, the Q links. They were around in 2000. That's how old this is. They're supposed to also help with electromagnetic pollution. And I actually even have a clock, which they haven't made this thing in years and years and years. There's a clock underneath. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's underneath the skeleton there. And it looks like a digital clock. That thing is actually a clock that puts a anti-frequency dampening field in the room. Like you can actually turn on the AM radio and hear it. it's pretty wild. But they don't, you know, I'm sure they got much better stuff now, but it's always been a topic I've been interested in for a long time, because I've seen when I was really seeing a lot of patients that electro, you know, that stuff was just coming online, like people carrying around cell phones and carrying around stuff, and they were getting sick from it. And now these days, man, I don't know what.
Well, even some people feel like they're haunted. If they're down in their basement and they're by their electrical panel, they'll feel like somebody's watching them, or they'll feel their hair standing up on end. And I always say, so where are you feeling this? Oh, I'm in my laundry room. And I'll say, well, is your electrical panel there? And they'll say, yeah, it is. And I said, well, is the electromagnetic frequencies. So, but they do feel like they're being haunted just by the frequencies.
I keep waiting for Dr. Lupo's ghost to show up.
Yeah, he's been quiet since then. I haven't had any problems. I don't know what. And then you know,
have a ghost?
No, the last, I think we talked about it. Well, I think I saw Kate in a different reality there for a minute, or heard her. I didn't see her.
Right.
I've got a ghost.
Show. Yeah, you have a ghost?
Yeah, the other night I was sat here, I smoke, and I was sat here chatting to people and just started moving. I think it was a he, that's what I think anyway. Started moving my ashtray, and so I got a little tumbler out and I was asking it yes and no questions, him I should say. And yeah, I've never been able to do that before, not on my own anyway. But I mean, I've done Ouija boards, I've done loads of them, but never been able to do it successfully on my own. And but yeah, so I've got a ghost at the moment, but I don't feel anything negative at the moment, so yeah, that's fine.
I have a good ghost story. When I was early 20s, I was in the psychic training program, living with some of the other students, and I just kept seeing this like foggy image of outline of a man in the doorway of my roommate's room. I mean, it would just be standing in the doorway. And I just stare at it, and I wasn't really sure that it was really there. And one time we had a late night class with some of the students in our living room, and one of the girls looks up and goes, "Oh, there's a ghost right there. Do you see it?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I see that all the time." Like I'm the expert, right? It was kind of funny. But then the person who we nicknamed it Head and Shoulders, because that was basically all you could see. But then the woman whose room that was says, "Oh yeah, I know him real well. He gets a little frisky at night." She thought it was cool, but I was like, that was freaky. I was glad it was her room, not mine.
That's better than my sister's. family recently, about a year ago, and they were some of them were getting attacked mildly by something overnight. It was scratching them, and I even saw it happen in real time. Like literally a scratch appear as if somebody had a long nail and was pulling their nail down the skin. I actually saw it appear in front of my eyes. But yeah, but
that's
you know,
not so good.
That's a creepy one for sure.
Yeah, they shouldn't be scratching you.
That's like demon stuff.
That's
there,
demonic.
man.
Yeah, it's demonic.
No.
It makes me wonder if they're not just in
another. If you knew what they were
another.
calling it, then you probably understand why it was doing it. But some of them, it's not.
Sometimes I think some of these spirits are from another dimension. You know, when we're shifting, it could just be other people from the other place. You know, walking through or whatever. It's just overlapping at times.
They are. That's what I think it is too.
Yeah, not all the time, but I think that's some of the reasons why these things happen.
Does anybody ever feel like they are being touched by something? Does anybody ever feel like you get this localized pressure of this invisible hand on your shoulder, or you know, you almost feel like you're being guided, and it takes you back for a second. But I feel that all the time, or I feel like I'm being kissed sometimes. I feel like I get a mystical kiss.
I heard my voice being spoken.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Say again?
I said I've heard my voice, my name being spoken before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out loud. Nobody there. Disembodied voice. Yeah.
I quite often feel like somebody with their hands on my shoulders and my back. I mean, in the past, I've had my hair really yanked. I mean, that wasn't very nice.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Yeah. I've had, my family's had a lot of very like ghost experiences. I won't bore you with them all, but things like the voices, but quite often I'll feel like my cats come back to visit me. I'll feel them brush against my legs, and I love that, you know. Or I'll get visions of like pets when they died, what, you know, how they are and things. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't worry me like that. Ghosts, you know, there are some bad ones, but you know,
I've had ghosts wake me up, like push me. I'll be sleeping and all of a sudden I'm flat on my belly and something wakes. Yeah, they just come into the bedroom and they wake me up.
Do you guys think because you do so much psychic readings and stuff like that, you attract that sort of stuff in?
Absolutely.
They're just more interested in you.
Yeah,
I only had something like,
and they want to get your attention. They really want you to be able to hear them. They want to get your attention. They want to talk to you. Especially sometimes I will have spirits come and visit me before a client will call. And then all of a sudden when I read the client, that same spirit will show up that had come to see me before, you know, usually a couple of days before or what have you. I used to have this little girl that would just out of nowhere, I'd be sitting there watching TV and all of a sudden I would feel like I'd have a little girl on my lap. And she would just come out of nowhere. And the next day her mother would call me for a reading. So, you know, the spirits come before a lot of the times, and that's I think that's amazing, really. But that's been happening for a long time.
Well, something similar to that happened to me, except I don't believe it was a spirit. You know, here we go back to UFOs, but I believe it was an alien. I believe it was. I think that I was being abducted. I felt myself. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. You're here. Go ahead. Robin?
She froze again.
No. Oh, I think it's when Bourbon came in.
Poor Robin.
It's very glitchy tonight.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is. I don't know what's going on. Hey, we picked up Burma at the last minute. Come on in, girl. I guess you wanted to have something to say about this. Oh, Robin's back. Hold on. Let her finish her thought here. Robin, are you still there?
No.
No. Okay. She'll figure it out. Burma, you want to, I guess if you're jumping at the end of the show, you want to say your 2 cents on this? We're talking about right now about spirits and people being touched by ghosts and spirits, letting them know you're there. Anything like that ever happen to you?
Her mute is on.
Oh, Robin, is your not Robin?
Is my mute on?
Oh, yeah, it is. There. Now you're good. You're talking.
Okay. Am I should I say something now? Are you guys
Yeah,
talking?
go ahead. No, you go ahead and finish your thought because it was unfair that you got bounced out. So go ahead.
Oh,
And then we'll go over to
thank
Burma
you.
after that.
Okay. All right. I was being pulled out of bed, and I couldn't see anything. I could feel it though. I wasn't dreaming. I was just like I was paralyzed. And then next thing I know, I was being pulled up past. I was outside and I was being pulled up towards something. And that's basically my what happened to me. But go ahead.
No. Could you not move your body? Could you not move? Like, did you know that so you couldn't move your body? You were aware that something was happening. Could have that been sleep paralysis? Could it have been something like that?
I have never ever experienced anything like that. And this was during the time when I was seeing all of those UFOs. And I saw a light that I was going up towards. I sensed beings next to me. I knew that I was being taken somewhere, and I remembered it. So I don't believe it was that. I'm pretty sure it was some kind of an abduction, especially since I was almost abducted off the road, and I do remember that one. I was fully aware of that one. So
is that what Linda Moulton Howe wanted to kind of bring back out and do that hypnotic regression on you for that experience?
Yeah, there's been several others too. I won't go into all that, but yeah, that was pretty much the reason.
Wow. Interesting.
But go on. I interrupted everybody.
No, you poor thing going in and out all day long. I'm gonna give you the floor if you want it.
Oh no. Well, no, go ahead, because I was done with my thought.
Let Burma say a few things. She went through all the trouble to join us this late.
Oh, yeah. I'm so hi, everybody. I'm really sorry. I had prior engagements and I couldn't get out of it. And I'm sorry. I really had a good time because I went and seen Kip Winger. So that was a really nice time. But I was really sad to miss you all, though, because this show I'm sure it was great. So I can't wait to go back and watch it. But yeah, I mean, the touching of the shoulder thing. Oh, absolutely. I've had that more than a few times. And I seen my most, probably the ghost thing, the most one that like sticks out the most to me is I think I was only like 16, lived in this very old house, and I played around with the Ouija board a little bit with not knowing what I was doing with it, which is not a good thing. I don't recommend it to anybody. But with that being said, there was a lot of ghosts in this house, and I came downstairs, and my sister at the time was only 5, maybe. She was a little tiny girl. And I'm standing in the doorway, and we had the refrigerator and the stove pulled out to clean behind that. And I'm like, Samantha, get out from in back of there. And then I walked in the doorway. I was standing right in the doorway, and I walked into the living room, and my sister's sitting on the chair. And I just popped my head back, and I'm like, okay. Like this little girl I mistaked for my sister looked as real as everybody here. So that was like the one that's like a wow moment, right? So yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of other things, but I'll let everybody else talk too.
I had a haunted car once. That was quite unusual for me.
A haunted car? I haven't heard of that one. Go ahead.
It was really good. I bought a little Fiesta years ago, and I bought it from a garage, and it came down from up the country somewhere, and it was a great little car. But I had a woman. She used to sit in the back seat, and I always knew she was there. And she used to. It was quite annoying, really. The internal mirror. I mean, it was really stiff mirror. You have to really yank it to get it to move. It was really stiff. But every single time, the car had central lock-in, so every time I went to get in the car, the mirror was twisted right down, every time. And I had this car, I don't know, over a year. And she used to be there, but I always felt she was there to protect me. And I did research the car's history, and it had one owner before me, a woman. And then, for some reason, the car had no owner for 3 years, which is a bit until me. And I sold the car to my friend. I didn't tell her it was haunted. I did tell her later. She wasn't very happy with me. But then I bought another car, and she turned up again about a few months later in my new car. And then I had my accident in that car. And but after that, she never appeared in any other car. So I kind of think she stuck around to protect me during my accident. And then she went, her job was done. But yeah, that was really nice.
And I have a lot of psychic parties that I go to, and, you know, driving all over the place. And there's always visitors on the way to the party who are joining me before I get there.
Wait, what's a psychic party for us that never heard of that?
So I do parties where either I'll have, you know, 10, 15, 20 people, and I will read the whole room, and we'll just be doing messages all night, or I'll go and do individual readings where I'll do 6 or 7 people, and they'll all get their private readings. But I always have somebody joining me. There's always somebody sitting in the back of my car, really interesting experiences, and then I get to the party, and I usually don't about ready to read the person I'm supposed to read that I see in the back of my car. But it startles me sometimes, because then all of a sudden you see a face in your rearview mirror and there isn't anybody in your car. So you're like, whoa, hello. And then I try to connect to them and talk to them and see what they're about. And, you know, I think a lot of times they're just really excited to be able to communicate to the people who I'm about to read. So they get a little over anxious. So
Wait,
yeah,
so
it's a lot of fun.
For you guys, you actually see them like as if you're looking at someone, or is this something like you see them in your mind and you kind of think they're there? That, you know, did you actually see someone?
It's a bit of both for me.
Yeah, I don't generally. I mean, the most I've seen is like I've seen a reflection in like a mirror or cabinet going behind me. But usually, I don't know. I just know they're there. It's like I used to go to a lot of like spiritualist evenings in local churches where they had trainee mediums, and you'd like pay like 50p, and you'd go in and hope to get a reading. And I mean, the energy in those rooms was amazing, and I used to sit there and I could feel them. I could feel the spirits around me, and but I couldn't see them. But I don't know. I just know they were there. I can't really explain it.
If you can kind of think of spirits as being, so if everybody can remember watching Ghost, you know, when he comes through and you can kind of see the transparent, what's his name? I can't remember his name.
Patrick Swayze.
Patrick Swayze, yeah. So you could see him, but then you could see all the little gray entities that were standing behind him. That's really kind of what it looks like, to be honest. A lot of them look like gray entities that don't have any distinction. You can't see their eyes, or, you know, you couldn't describe them if you needed to until they stand forward, until they allow you to see them. And then you're able to sort of, you know, be able to tell them what they look like, and the distinctions come in. But a lot of times I can see them straight on, and to me, though very rarely are they ever corporeal or 3D, or they're more transparent, and most of the time I can see them in my mind or in my psychic visions. So
you're very lucky. You're very lucky.
Well, I didn't feel lucky when I was a child.
I'm sure.
When I was a child, I was.
Do you see a lot of things?
Death.
Yeah, I seen when I was a little kid. My first one I seen, I was probably maybe around the age of 7, and it was a guy that used to stand up in the hallway, and like it was years before me and my sister and mom like actually talked about that house, and then realized all 3 of us had seen the same one. But he used to just stand in broad daylight right in front of the window, and you could just see his outline, you know. And he didn't like, I guess when I tell people all the time, sit in it. Like, don't, if you hear a noise, just wait. Don't be fearful first. Sit in it first, and then see if you're, you know, don't be nervous of the noise first, you know, because you never know. It could just be just somebody there and not anything to be scared of, you know. At least that's what I think. That's how I deal with it. But I could imagine. Go ahead.
I think before even before the Mandela Effect had a name, I think that I thought that it was the dimensions that were merging from one to the other, because I would ask them where they are. And a lot of times they would be telling me they're in their world. It looks like your world. So, you know, it was interesting, because I'd say, are you in heaven? Are you on the clouds? Are you in other dimensions? And I would try to communicate with it in that way. But it was never they never said that they were miles away or up in space anywhere. They always said that they were very close, like less than 3 feet away. So, and that would make sense to me at that time, that it was dimensional. And the dimensions are only 3 feet away.
Do you think what's happening is like they're in their world astrally projecting into our world, and that sometimes when we astrally project, we go into their world? So,
absolutely.
Yes.
I see it like a veil that gets real thin in between the two. Because sometimes, like I'll see, I don't know what this is, so maybe somebody else sees the same thing. I see these little white wispies that will fly by the corner of my eye. Like it's never full. Usually it's not full on. Usually it's by the side, but they're really quick. Like, but I've never ever heard anybody else ever say that they've seen.
I've seen one, I think, before when I was 18. I was at university and I saw this brilliant white light, and my window was open, and because of the build, I was in a hotel residence, so it was like a courtyard, and this white light sort of came down one side and then passed where my window was, and as it flew past my window, I don't know if it physically came in contact with the window or was just in close proximity, but the speed of it anyway slammed my window shut with such force I thought it was going to break, and it didn't, and then it disappeared. By the time I rushed to the window and opened it, it'd gone. But I'll never forget it. It was such intense bright light, and it was nighttime, so yeah, that's the orbs that I've seen anyway.
What I know is you can see energy out of the corner of your eye, your peripheral vision.
Okay.
So it makes more sense that you can see it floating, and that's why you look and all of a sudden it disappears, but it's your peripheral vision that has a natural way of seeing energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to do with the rods and the cones and how they're distributed in the eyeball. And that on the
that makes
outsides,
sense.
that they take only oh man, it's so late I can't remember. I think it's the rods. Only the rods are on the edges, and they're the ones in the peripheral vision that can sense etheric energy. They pick up to the frequency, but the cones don't. I think that's why you can't ever look at anything directly, or it disappears.
Yeah, or you can focus your eye. You can actually train your eye to see the energy straight on if you can learn how to, the best way that I describe seeing energy is, remember in the 90s when you would have those books where the 3D pictures would come out?
Yeah, the magic pictures.
The magic pictures. So you put the book up close to your eyes and then you pull it away and your eye focuses in a certain way. I teach people how to see the aura by actually allowing the eye to unfocus. Yeah, so, and everybody can see energy. I always say, check out the energy on plants. If you can put a white backing behind a plant, just sit there and look at a plant for a little while and you'll be able to see its energy.
It's so great that you said that, because, I'm sorry, Mel. I said when I was really young, I used to be able to see, and I still can, and I thought it was so weird because I never told anybody, but I can see the aura of the trees. And I have been able to since I was a little girl. And sometimes it's real, like just like a little bit above. And sometimes it almost looks like it's raising up to the sky, right? It's so cool, so I'm sorry, Mel, go ahead.
And it's connected. Have you noticed that the energy is connected?
Yes,
the
absolutely.
trees are individual, but the energy's all connected.
Yeah, that's the crazy.
So are we.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
It is very awesome.
I'm done. Go ahead, Mel.
I used that technique, the magic eye technique, recently, and I think I saw, or a little bit, saw the aura of my cat by using that technique. And I was doing it when looking at the trees, and I thought I saw something, a shimmery field around the trees as well.
I can see all of your auras.
Oh, wow.
Do you see colors? Do you see colors?
Yeah,
you do.
I can see all of your.
I can't get to the color point. I can do white auras. I can see the white auras around people. I can even feel them because I do. I'm a massage therapist. I do energy work, so that's easy for me. Very easy for me. But seeing colors, I can't do it. I've tried and tried and tried.
Did you put them against a white wall?
Yeah. I just see the white. I just see the white around it.
It took me a while to learn ours, and then I just realized, like she said, it's like the magic picture. You just have to let your eyes go out of focus.
I'm gonna have to try that. So see if I can get the colors in.
It takes some practice if you don't do it much, but once you get good at it, you can really, it's just like looking at something. But I go through phases where I'm really good at seeing auras, and then for like a year I can't. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I'm good at this. Okay, somebody's laying on my table, coming into their aura. I could totally feel it.
Yeah, and
you know, different. It's cool.
How you sense stuff, man. If you're a tactile, since you're a massage therapist, that's probably how you experience
I
stuff.
love. Oh, that's my favorite. I don't get to do that as much as I get to massage, but that's awesome when I get to do it. It never ceases to amaze me.
I think it's amazing when I'm teaching an aura class and I look at everybody and I'll look at the person who's sitting there getting their aura read, and then all of a sudden I'll look at, you know, who's ever there. They all just look gobsmacked and they're like, are we really seeing what we're seeing? And I just love their faces when they actually do get to see it for the first time. It's very exciting because then you realize you're not just a finite physical being. You are energy. You're electromagnetic energy, and you can see the energy around you. And a lot of times too, when you're reading people's auras, you can actually see other people coming in as well and seeing their auras too. So it's always cool when people can see it. And I've noticed too sometimes when I'm teaching an aura class that people will change. They'll be looking, the people will actually change their faces, and new faces will come on, and they don't look the same, or their body parts change or something, or sometimes they just black right out and all you can see is their energy around them. The actual person blacks out, and then you see the envelope of the aura around them. That's always pretty cool too. We have some really good experiences when we do.
Do you ever get down to teach any classes down in the States?
You know, I'll go anywhere as long as there's a class for me to do or a working for me to do. I'll go anywhere in the world, so it's awesome. But I do a lot of it online too. I teach people how to, you know, sort of see it online and give them some guidance to try it. And yeah, it's pretty exciting when they learn it.
I bet.
Wow.
I wanted to tell you all. I do a lot of playing with energy in your hands. And at night, where you could turn off almost all the lights so you could barely see your hands, and then just make a ball of light and play with it. And what happens is you start to see a fog around your hands and your hand disappears. So that's really cool. That's how, you know, and then another thing you do, and you do it with just such little bit of light that you could still see your hands, but you could all, you know, it looks pretty black. And then you put your hands together and see how far you can go and still see the line of energy between your fingers, and then stretch it farther and farther and farther. That's really fun, and you really can see that energy. I mean, I could show anybody, I could go in a room and turn the lights off and just show anybody of the energy around the hand. So
I love that ball.
Even with the crystal ball, when I show people how to read or scry on crystal balls, when you actually get down to do the scrying, you don't actually see the crystal ball anymore. You only, it almost opens up like a big void in space. The ball anymore. It goes out of view. So it's exciting what the energy does, but yeah, it shows you. But you want to go in and allow it to happen. People get excited because then all of a sudden you feel like you're going into this black void in some way, and you can't see your scrying tool. And always try it with that, and try looking at your crystal. It's always interesting.
Wow, this is such cool topics, but we are at the end of the show. I'm sorry this was a show that was so technologically handicapped for about a half hour in that show, but I am excited we figured it out and got through it. Very interesting to have a women's panel. This was a different feel, but a lot of people dug it. Maybe we'll do another one sometime in the future, and hopefully you ladies feel more comfortable coming on to the show whenever you want. The other thing was, there's a couple different housekeeping things. Oh, I am having an international show Saturday. It's a special one. I've been teasing it for a while. We're going to get some people from all around the world to come in Saturday at 11 Eastern Standard Time. Just watch my channel and you'll see that. That's in like, what, I guess 2-3 days here. The other thing is Mel, one of the guests here tonight, Mel is hopefully going to be talking about the Ubuntu movement. And Mel, if you could tell people what that is for just, you know, a few minutes, give people a clue what that is, and maybe a little tease of what we're going to be talking about Saturday.
Okay. Okay. Imagine 100 years from now, and imagine that society is constructed in a way that, for example, everything you wanted or needed is provided free of charge. So your home, your electricity, gas, electric, water, food, technology, all the latest technology, everything is free. Everything. All that is required of you is to contribute 3 hours a day for equivalent of 6 days a week towards your community in making and supplying all of those goods. And there's no money. There's no money. I mean, most of the people in the alternative kind of community are aware of the fact of where money comes from, what it does to us, how it's used to entrap us. You know, you can look into this, you can go down those rabbit holes, you can find out how, in fact, we are effectively enslaved to our states. What the Ubuntu does is it's a model. It's a model that's a proven model because it's based on the kind of societies that indigenous peoples had before money was brought into the picture, before the elites came into the picture, basically, the royal families and later on the bankers. And it's about contributionism. It's a way of society where you think that everyone is raised to understand that their duty is to and to looking after everyone within their community, rather than to get rich. But it does not mean that people live in poverty by any, you know, in fact, we'd have more technology, far now. But it's a way for us to be able to have everything we need and want, but also have the time to develop our spirituality, to develop our skills in that area, to develop our that side of us, rather than just concentrating on materialism. And it's the Michael Tellinger who has actually adapted the Ubuntu model, which Ubuntu is a South African word, and it basically, I think it means something like freedom, but it's basically the words used to describe this model of the indigenous peoples. But he's adapted it for 21st century life and above. And he's worked out a complete transitional model and stages of how we can go from our existing societies and convert them from our a monetized system to the Ubuntu kind of system, peacefully. And it's basically a way of withdrawing slowly from the existing system. So it's a peaceful way of withdrawing from it, of going back to the way humanity used to live and should live, and a way for us to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Mel. I don't want you to give away too much, otherwise they won't come Thursday, Saturday to hear
They'd
it.
still come. They'd still come. Come on now.
Oh, Jesus. But, you know,
There's a lot more to say.
Me being from a libertarian background, you know, I'm very much I was pro-capitalism for a long time, and over time, you realize that the way most of the evil is done in this world is because people can print money recklessly. The people above just print all the fake money they want to start wars and bomb countries and do whatever they want. So what about if you just take away money and we figure out another way? And it's an interesting idea to go backwards in time and look and say, okay, before there was really money, how did these societies do this stuff? And Ubuntu is kind of a throwback to that of, well, if we removed money from the world, it would sure remove a lot of evil in a sense. I'm open to talk about it. I want to hear about it, and let's figure out how they're doing it. And it's a fascinating idea that I'm willing to listen to. All right.
You ever notice that most of us don't want to do what we need to do for money? We don't want to do it.
Yeah.
We don't want to work for it. The things that to get money, we don't really want to do it for the most part. So money, I think, yeah, I would love to do that Ubuntu thing. I've looked into that a few times.
Yeah, I'm willing to at least talk about it because you know what? People are like, well, it might not work or whatever, and it's like, compared to what? Compared to what we have now?
Mhm.
You know, come on. At least we can go the right direction a little.
Yep.
You know, I mean, what are we just gonna just throw in the towel and be like, yeah, I guess this is good enough. I got a computer and a big screen TV. Screw it. You know, I mean, come on, guys. It's we can do better than this. We're better than this, and we got to rise above this stuff. You're not meant to just eat chips and watch football every day. You know, I mean, like, do something positive and big with your life. It's out there for you. Get fired up. Find something. Don't just settle for some crappy, mediocre life, guys. You're better than that.
I'm with you.
Sorry.
You tell him.
Yeah.
I'm like, you got me fired up at midnight. That's hard to do. It's not easy to keep
Did you
me
say
awake
that's
that
hard
long.
to do? Is that what you just said?
I don't. Oh, Jesus. And on that note,
Open mouth, insert foot.
I know. Well, it is after midnight, so go ahead. Anyway, after that, I'd appreciate, guys, that you check out the show. It'll be a special show because I usually don't do Saturdays, but I'm doing this for the international panel because it's in the middle of the night for them, and they can't do this show normally. So, some reason Melanie's crazy enough to come on, but no one else will.
She's up all the time.
Cool, past 5 in the
I am
morning.
too.
Crazy. If you want to find any of the guests, remember some like Robin has a YouTube channel. It's linked in the description below. Also, all these ladies, Sharon and Dana, also you guys are linked below your websites. And I don't have anything from Burma or Mel.
I
but
know. I'm working on it. I'm getting a girlfriend of mine. We're working on it. We're trying to.
But
we have
you
to do
can
the right
find
time.
all these people over in the Discord chat room, depending on what night you just wander in. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. You can definitely talk to them. Ladies, I'm going to let you go around and say your last piece. Keep it under 2 minutes. Robin, I'm going to start with you before you disconnect.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging. I'm so sorry it was such a problem tonight with technical issues. And audience, thank you for hanging through all that echo crud and all that. Thank you for hanging in. Sorry, the show's difficult sometimes.
Well, it would help if I had better equipment. That's probably part of it.
Now we know. Now we know. Don't ever come back on your phone. There we go. All right.
Just wanted to say thank you. It's nice to meet everybody. I've been watching this chat for a couple months now, and I really have enjoyed.
Oh man, that poor girl. Poor girl.
I'm gonna fill in the rest. Thank you guys so much. I love talking to all these ladies. It was nice to get something different. And I feel like I know you guys. And I love you all. And I hope that I can come back sometime. All right. So
There she is.
I'm still here.
oh, she's back. Dana, go ahead. You're the next person I'd like to hear from.
Good. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. This has been a blast, very educational. If anybody would like to get in contact with me, obviously I can, even though you're wherever you are in the world, I would love to be able to give you a Skype reading. I even do Skype parties. So even though you don't live in Ontario, you know, we can always do a party, and they're always a lot of fun. And I really enjoyed the Discord chat the other night. I was on there for about 3 hours, and I was falling asleep, and I had to go to bed. But oh, it was so much fun.
Well,
just
I hope you
great
come back to one of those. As far as the Discord chat, you know, it's total crapshoot. You can go in there in the middle of the day, and there's 10 people talking, and sometimes there's 2, and then you go in at night, and so. Just jump in whenever you feel like chatting with someone. It's great. And also lots of people have questions for you. And I've had a little bit of a reading from Dana, and she is definitely the real deal. And I'd like to, we talked about maybe doing a show where we take some questions online sometime and do a show. So hopefully you're still open to that idea.
I am, yes, no problem. Anytime you would like to do that, you let me know, and we can organize that for sure.
I think that was a lot of fun. Sharon, you want to jump in with you?
Well, yeah, I just love this chat tonight. I sit here and I'm like so enthralled with what everybody's saying. Sometimes I don't talk a lot because I'm just so interested in watching everybody. But it's good topics tonight. Wow. This is good to meet y'all.
Y'all got to pick them. That's why.
Yeah, and I know that I've chatted with Mel before. I just realized about the Ubuntu movement. I didn't realize it
was Mel.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're in the chat, I mean in the Discord, you don't see the pictures so much. So yeah, I just realized I was chatting with Mel. So
yeah, I had a good time with that. And then as far as Robin's back. Do you want to finish your sentence?
Oh, I was just thanking you for having me. Yes. I did want to say one quick thing if I don't get booted off. There's a guy by the name of Lone Eagle. I don't know if you've all seen his videos.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I like his stuff.
He gave you a shout out, and he's got some stuff if you ever want to have him on. He didn't say he wanted to come on necessarily, but he would have some really
He's always got an invite. Yeah, I like his stuff.
Yeah, he's pretty good. That's it. I'm done.
All right, thank you for that. And who are we missing here? Mel, did you get your in Burma? You too?
Thanks for having me on. It's been a great show, and looking forward to Saturday's show.
Yeah, I'll see you soon enough. Burma, what about you, girl?
Man, I came in late, so I can't wait to watch the
party.
show. But yes, thank you for the girl panels. I can't wait to have another one so I can actually be on that one this time.
Maybe we could do this every like 6 weeks or something, because some of the
6 weeks.
Moneybag came in and I felt bad. I was like, oh, it's all women tonight. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to come in, and I'm like, oh, I felt terrible.
Oh, well, I mean,
but,
sometimes
sometimes y'all need the ladies.
Yeah, we don't mind a guy every so often. I was the only lady the other day, and I was like fine with that. I mean, like, not that I wouldn't have loved other ladies being on, but just, it is what it is. So.
That's it. I got, I listen to feedback. If you guys say you want to do a show on something and people are like, more women. So I'm like, okay, I'll do what I can.
I know, you're like being the masses.
Something. Let's start bribing you. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate it. If you want to support the show, there is also a link on the bottom. If you guys saw a story I dropped a while back ago about how YouTube has killed the advertising funds. So if you are shopping this week, I'd appreciate if you go through my Amazon link. If you're going to go to Amazon and buy something, try to remember to go through mine first. It doesn't cost you anything extra. It's a free way to help the show and keep the lights on and keep more shows coming. So I appreciate that. If I think I'm gonna have to start mentioning it a lot because people just normally just go to Amazon and shop. They don't think about like coming through a link, but I'd appreciate it if you would.
Does that make a difference if you're already a Prime member? You still can go through your link?
It still counts for 24 hours. Like the way it works on Amazon is they basically, if you just get on and start going shopping, say you want to get cat treats, and you go in and you just go in, it doesn't do anything. But if you go through my link and then look up cat treats, it actually throws me back like, I don't know, anywhere from 4 to 7% on some stuff. So it's not a lot of money. It's just pennies. But if a lot of people do it, it adds up. And it counts for whatever you're shopping for. So it lasts about 24 hours. Unless you close your browser, then I think it erases and you have to actually go through the link again. So the easiest way to do this is just be like, oh, yeah, before I go on my Amazon shopping spree, just come through and you'll find it in any description of my stories. It's the easiest way. I was trying to think of a free way people could help me out so you don't have to pay anything. It doesn't cost you any extra. It's just a way to make up that bridge since YouTube is really took a hit on the advertising money.
Why did that happen? Do you know?
Well, somebody started a scare at the Wall Street Journal, just trying to get like a story. I think it was a Wall Street Journal. I forgot the name of the guy. Anyway, some newspaper article, whatever, started this thing saying that people wanted to, they were like, hey, did you realize that your ad's being run in front of all this hate speech? Here's a Walmart ad being run in front of white power, video or something. So it was a problem, which is legit. I mean, it's a real problem for them, but it's the problem was you can easily solve it by when you buy ads, you can like filter what site you want to be on. It really was not a problem. It was somebody that created it in the media to make it a problem, and it scared the hell out of all these advertisers. They said they were going to boycott it, so these advertisers just basically backed out. A lot of them, a lot of big players like Verizon, Walmart, like major ones. And So what happened to us YouTube creators is all of a sudden our checks dropped in half overnight. It was like, whoa, what the heck happened? And so it's been a big hit all around the board. Everybody's scrambling, and until they get that figured out, you know, I'm basically trying to find another way. And I thought maybe a little Amazon affiliate money might bridge the gap.
It's a good idea.
Well, it doesn't cost anyone anything, and it's easy and it's free. It's not like if you go through, you get charged something different. You're gonna pay the same money. It's all you're doing is going through my
the
link.
Taryn fund. There's a little disclaimer at the bottom, and you send Taryn $100.
Yeah, that's right. There's a tax you don't notice on there, but
right. It's the Taryn tax. I love it.
There's a really popular libertarian radio show that's been doing it 10 years. They do donations, and they do Amazon affiliate for like 10 years. They've been doing it. So they tell their listeners probably 2 to 3 times a show, hey, you're gonna shop anyway, go through here. And I didn't really ever do it, but now I'm scrambling to try to make up for this massive hit.
That is going to grow.
Yeah.
Oh, well, good. Send me some of that psychic love. I appreciate it.
That's going to grow. You're going to be okay with that. And remember, too,
I'm just making a bridge.
If you think about it, if one person donates $1 and you have 1,000 viewers, or even how many subscribers you have, boy, you could. It doesn't take much.
I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, there's been people donating here all night, and I'm so happy. I appreciate it, but it's usually like one, not even 1%, probably like 0.001% of people that donate. And I'm very grateful for that, but I've never seen someone where it's like, you know, 1,000 people donate $1. That would be awesome, but I've never.
Man, you'll have to hit that up for the next show. See if everybody will just donate $1, man, and see what happens.
Everybody donates $1. Is that the goal? It's probably more.
It's $1. Give me my $2.
And we all get 10% of the cut, right?
That's it.
It's all a question.
You get a piece. I mean, I hate talking about money, but it's so silly because, like, I can't even say.
Checks in the mail.
Oh, it's so ridiculous because, you know, with my channel, right? I've started this channel years ago, and I've always, you know, for the last, I think, 5 years monetized, and nobody ever had a problem with me monetizing my videos on farming or my libertarian videos. And as soon as I start talking about Mandela Effect, oh my gosh, you know, you're not allowed to make money on that. That's crazy. No. And it's like my channel's been monetized for 5 years. This is just a topic.
The thing about it is you're doing all this research, and you're doing all this time to research these things. Like our time, you know, and that's just like massage therapy or any of the work that any of us do. Our time is worth, for right now, while we have the monetary system, is worth that. You know what I mean?
That's it. It's all voluntary, man. It's not like I'm a guy that's charging, you know, money to come, and you can only watch my videos if you pay. You know, everything's for free. You don't have to do a darn thing.
Well, if you're not making any money, we don't get to see you.
That's
so that's the way it's got to be. It's an equal exchange of energy.
That's it. I mean, you guys all have businesses. You've been through this. I mean, Dana and Sharon, how many times have you guys been chewed out by someone for, you should just do your psychic stuff for free? You know, how dare you charge? I mean,
and I have problems with it, actually. I've always kind of had that connotation of money on readings that I do, and it's always been a struggle, but I realized that I'm putting out a lot of energy for however much time I'm spending with somebody. If they don't have an equal exchange of energy, they actually don't see it as value. If they don't give me something in return, whatever it is. I mean, I have hairdressers who do my hair for a reading, or massage therapists, or other things. So we do a barter exchange. But if there isn't that exchange there, it's not equal. So we have to have this exchange. I love this show. I want to watch this show. I want to be part of this show. And if you're not getting the exchange out of that you need, then we're not going to be able to watch the show, and that would just be a travesty. So that's my 2 cents worth.
I absolutely agree with that.
Yes, dear.
Have you watched the latest video by Cliff High?
I don't know who that is.
He's a guy that's renowned for doing this webbot thing, which he uses algorithms to make predictions of world events, and is really accurate. But he's a YouTuber, so he's done a video where he's explained what's been going on and about the advertising, and also put out what he considers the different sectors and what their options are.
Oh, great.
For
Yeah, send me a link.
financing.
Because I'm still trying
Yep.
to, just figure this out. Imagine all of a sudden, and I think some of you guys know this because you guys are basically all in sales. Firma's in sales in a sense that you have to find patients, you have to find clients.
Oh,
Imagine one day you wake up and then all of a sudden, half your income's gone and it's totally out of your control. I didn't do anything to make these advertisers mad. They're just gone. And it's because some guy wanted to get a lot of hits for an article, start it all up. And that's it. So I don't like that so many things are out of my control in a sense. I'd much rather have a community that, I just survive on donations. If they like what I'm doing, they donate. If they don't, then I dry up and I don't. It also keeps you very moral in a sense that, you don't do anything to piss off your community, that, you have to be consistent because does that make sense? When you're surviving on donations, it's like a church, and all of a sudden, like a pastor does something really evil or bad, the church dries up and disappears.
It's like tips. Yeah. It's the same thing for me with tips. If you're not nice to people and you're not making them happy with what you're doing for them, you are not getting any tips, and tips are good money. So, I mean, same thing. Yeah, absolutely.
And some people are like, why not get advertisers? Because we talk about so much crazy stuff, nobody wants to advertise on a channel like this.
Little do they know this is normal.
I mean, this is we just talked about the government poisoning us by dropping nanobots on us, what, welcome to Walmart, where do you go after that?
Did you hear all that stuff about Walmart doing the face recognition stuff too now?
No, I
Have
don't
you heard
know about that. I'm sure.
I've heard
it makes sense that they're the largest company in the world, that the government would probably give them a ton of money to mine that data. Be like, oh yeah, we'll pay for all your cameras and we'll pay for you to, all that stuff behind the scenes because we'd love. I mean,
There's a FEMA office in every Walmart almost. I think that's like they're like so together with the government.
Yeah, it's gotten crazy. There's even a whole theory about there's underground tunnels that go to the Walmarts that the military is using, and some dude has a film of it. I mean, it's right next to Walmart.
I can't say I've been to those, Taryn. I've been
I've
been to
enough
caves.
truckers. You know enough truckers that probably somebody knows one.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ask around.
I tell you what, when Bush and Cheney were in office, I was an owner-operator, and I had my own truck, and it was so pretty. I had chrome everything. It was just gorgeous. And I sound like a truck driver. But I would say that it was so crazy how the truck drivers had seen at that point. And then once that happened where the gas fuel went to $5 a gallon, it was like all the owner-operators, you've seen them all come off the road. You hardly seen any of them anymore. And that's what's going on. And you see it in the truck driving industry before you see it come down in regular, the price of gas goes up. It doesn't affect too many people because it's mostly diesel, but then it hits you in the pocketbook when you go to the stores because everything has to go up then. It's just insane. So
yeah, that's another night. I kind of want to know what truckers, what their effect with the Mandela effect, because I have a couple truckers that watch this show, and I'm wondering, are their runs now an hour shorter? If cities moved, or is time speeding up for them?
That would be really interesting. I mean, consider the fact that
they know their times backwards and forwards. What it takes to get to places.
Yeah, it takes a day to get across. If you go up to down in California, it takes a whole entire day because it's 55 and they won't raise the speed limit for us. Well, that's awesome. On a 2-lane road, you have all these people passing you trying to do 65 miles an hour, and it's a 2-lane road and we're 55. That's awesome.
Well, I'm still trying to find out where the Eiffel or where the Statue of Liberty is. What island is it actually on?
You used to have to take a ferry because I live in Pennsylvania, and you used to have to take a ferry to go to Ellis Island and to go to the Statue of Liberty. And now there's effing bridge. Sorry, I didn't mean effing.
That's
Sorry,
okay. You say effing.
Yes, you did. It's okay. But now there's a bridge there.
I don't have advertisers left anymore, so go ahead.
I'm sorry. See, and I did so good the first time because I was like, I got through your whole show without cursing one time.
I know you're a trucker. It's hard.
I know. But yeah, I get excited. I can't help it. But yeah, there's a bridge now, and I think I've talked to a couple of people about that, and they're like, I don't remember a bridge. I think it was I talked to Vegan, and Vegan said the same thing. He don't remember a bridge being there either. And we've lived around here our whole lives. So it's, I don't know. You got me. So now there's a bridge. Awesome.
Is it on Ellis Island or Liberty Island? Which one is
It's
it on?
supposed to be Liberty, but it's not. It's never been in Jersey. I will tell you that. It's always been in New York. It has not been in Jersey. I don't, you know what I mean? Like that just drives me insane because I've been to those places many times, especially throughout the years, you know, like how many years, you know, there's in between. And, you know, they were on two separate islands.
Yeah.
And when you were at the Statue of Liberty, the buildings were small. They weren't bigger than the Statue of Liberty standing right behind it. They were far away.
Not
and
only
small.
that, you could also go up in the Statue of Liberty. You can go up not only to the crown, but you could go up to the torch too. They were rebuilding the torch so you could go back up there, but you used to be able to, and now all of a sudden people are saying that you're not. That has never been a thing.
I couldn't at age 6 when I saw it, so I don't know. I must not have been in that reality.
Yeah, that's okay.
When you could.
We're all, you know, all of us we're probably all from different realities. Could you imagine that? All different timelines, all coming together, sharing things from different places. That would be awesome.
Can I say something real quick before I get to it again? I keep wondering when we're going to get a Mandela effect. Like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. When we're going to get a Mandela effect, like the Twin Towers appearing or something. I mean, when is that going to happen?
Now that'd be cool, but you know, there's 7 buildings that went down that day, right?
Building
Did you realize
6. Have you heard about Building 6? Yeah.
Yeah, there were seven buildings went down that day. 7 of them.
Yeah, I remember 3. But I hear that there's Building 6 that went down between Tower 1 and Tower 2. And I'm like, Building 6. So you know what I do is when everyone's talking about Building 7, oh, this conspiracy, it just fell on its own, Building 7. I always go in there in the chat and I say, yeah, but what about Building 6? You know, check it out.
It's that day was just insane. And being here in PA, it was, you're right in the triangle, like right in the middle of everything. You know, New York, Pennsylvania, and then DC, you know. That was such a crazy
everybody
day.
remembers exactly what they were doing and where they were when that day happened. And if that's not mind-based trauma, I don't know what is.
I was listening to Howard Stern at work, which was awesome. He was the one that, like, he covered it. He covered what was going, well, at least what they seen anyway, however that was. However it all went down. Who knows?
Who knows?
That's a funny, funny feeling about that.
Guys, I'm going to say goodnight. And it's really been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope to see you all soon.
Same.
Yay. Oh, yeah. And don't forget that if you want to keep going, you can jump over to the Discord chat. I guess someone needs to post that if you're listening. I don't have the Discord. I can't get into Discord while I'm live streaming. It causes too many problems. But if somebody can drop it in the chat, I'd appreciate it.
Sounds good. It was a good time the other night.
Dana, thank you so much. And we'll be in touch this weekend. Thanks.
Sounds good.
I'm going to email you or talk to you.
I'm going to go now, too.
Yeah, so you guys are going to actually let me end.
Bye,
it's
girls.
only 45. I mean, you know, we're only at least 30 minutes over. Might as well go to 45. I mean, we never stop ever on time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Love you guys.
Love you guys.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Be nice. Support each other. Be nice to your cat. You know the rest. Bye-bye, guys. See you at Discord. We'll be over there in a few minutes.